How's everybody doing? How we doing? How we feeling? Are we hyped the fuck up? I am so excited. Doing okay. I haven't done a heck of a lot yet. I literally woke up like an hour ago. Just had some time waking up and scrolling, not doing a whole heck of a lot. But on the bright side, I think I'm as ready as ever to get going here. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I appreciate it. Let's see. I just refilled my water, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more next to me. So hopefully that'll be enough to get me through today. We will see. We will find out. I guess for the last time, for those that don't know, this is Our Life Beginnings and Always. Today we are going to be planning a wedding with Mr. Cove Holden, our ocean boy. And I'm hyped as fuck. Let's fucking go. Right here. Yes, I want to play the wedding DLC. Welcome to the Cove Wedding DLC. These events are set after Step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be during that same summer, the next summer, a year in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can assume the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense for the choices you made to progress the relationship. Before starting, would you like to pick out an engagement ring for Cove to wear? Absolutely! Let's do that! Okay. Let's see. Change the color. I definitely want silver. Which engagement ring do we want for Cove? I kind of like this one. This one's actually like kind of similar to mine, only that part's blue. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with that for Cove. That's cute as hell. Yeah, I like that. Which initiative level would you like Cove to have for the wedding? Let's go high initiative. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Oh, I'm so hyped. Our wedding. Side by side on a purple-dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiancé, Cove. The air in the chic office, smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling, and hear the squishing noise the couch made each time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters, and the other came from the almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion: weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon he wouldn't be only your fiancé, Cove would be your husband. And on that occasion, there was going to be a ceremony, reception, and everything. Ah, that's so fucking cute, bro. Um, let's see. I feel like, see, this is gonna be interesting because I'm married, but T and I didn't do the whole like wedding planning thing. So I feel like in this case, probably my focus was on being concerned for Cove. Cove is like vibrating next to me. Let's make sure Cove is good. You couldn't help doting on him with how overwhelmed he was. The saving grace that was getting you through was knowing that this meeting should be straightforward. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near, Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistance. Planning the day with Cove as a team was something you looked forward to. Hell yeah, being a little team about it, buddies. Cove caught your mind wandering away from you, and the corners of his mouth lifted encouragingly. His second hand reached over to clasp both yours and his first. A metallic sensation pressed into your skin, the engagement rings securely on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned a smile back. Here we are! Here we are! Here we are. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like, it's going to be amazing. It has to be because I'm marrying you. I love him. Yeah, and hopefully you'll only panic a moderate amount along the way. Hey, I'm doing my best. You gotta tease him though. I know. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another. Come in? In response to Cove's words, the shiny wood door off to the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Oh, shit. Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync. So that's a no to us getting back together, huh? I fucking can't, bro. I miss him. In another life, my dude, in another timeline. That's not funny, Baxter. Not the wobbly little frown. Cove's like, don't do that. He's like, that's my fiance, stop it. Cove instantly sputtered out a defensive response to the joke, likely without even fully registering he was doing it. Why is this happening? Not do you know this person, Cove. Shit. Baxter. The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling. I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choices might have changed, but you realized now the design of the rug might not have been an entirely arbitrary choice. It was exciting to see it was really him. This was an incredible, unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years. Yeah, it has been. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you, and as a wedding planner of all things. Your wedding planner. What happened? Do you have an explanation for it? Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so it faced you completely as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his cheek against the propped-up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was giving, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. A bend formed in his brows, a small sign of regret. It is nice. See, all my brain can think of is his ending and, like, everything we learn about him and what a sad little guy he is. And so my brain's like, poor Baxter needed our love for real. Like, not the small sign of regret. Dude wishes he did shit differently. That's my introduction taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. He was transparently moving away from the topic of your past as quickly as possible. He could only handle this as a professional providing a service. You're getting married! Congratulations! You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. How did it happen that the two of you came together after so long knowing one another? Truthfully, it surprises me that it didn't happen back when I was in town, considering all the sparks you had even then. A fond, familiar flush of red crept over Cove's cheeks. That wasn't something I was there for. Baxter ever so eloquently tried to brush past the obvious reason why you and Cove weren't together at that time, but an awkward flush of red still crept over Cove's cheek. I mean, we started dating kind of a while back when there was a lot going on with our lives. And after a while, we came back to Sunset Bird for Blake's parents' anniversary. It started out as a normal trip. On the last day before we had to leave, we went out to the poppy hill behind Blake's house. I had been waiting for the right moment the entire time, and that was it. I asked Blake to marry me. They said yes. The pitch of Cove's voice shot up dramatically, going through that last sentence, and got him shimmying in his seat. Just thinking back to that moment had him nearly tearing up from joy. How romantic, and very fitting for the two of you. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Thank you for answering. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelped. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. Oh, I mean, I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there's very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. Him said, please, I want to. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Him said, please let me plan your wedding. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his hands. Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them. I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Blake, if there's a need. Ah. I'd say probably weren't a good dancer and could use the guidance. Yeah, I'd like that. Got it. That works for me. Now. He shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look like the teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket, but I am going to have to ask you quite a few questions. I'm ready. So am I. To start, have we thought of possible surnames? Yours, his, what are you imagining? I don't care. I just want to marry them. Cove began to grab at the faint scar on his arm out of nervous habit. He had been louder than intended. Uh, we have talked about it before. Yeah, we're going with, uh, I like the idea of doing a hyphenated name. Probably, I like Holden Thrasher, honestly. Both of us using a hyphenated name. Let's do that one. Good to know. Blake and Cove Holden Thrasher it is. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch. You could practically hear his heart pounding over your names being said as one that way. It made you giddy too. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom? It can be whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom? Of course, it's your day. You know what? I'll be a groom too. I'm a groom too. Wonderful. 2 grooms for our couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list, and even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Oh. Cove stepped off the cloud 9 he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. I love the hyphenated name thing. I think that's cute. For sure there's gonna be our parents, 4 of them, Blake's sister, their aunt, uncle, and cousin. Okay. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You're still friends with Miranda and Terry? That is wonderful. Him just looked like an excited little puppy, like not him perking up. Yeah. You and Cove continued to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of the class. And of those who you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? I want to do a wedding party. Yeah, we were thinking of having a wedding party. I think wedding parties are cute as shit. Right. We hadn't picked exactly who'd be in it yet, but we are having wedding parties. Of course. Let's discuss who's with who now then. It can be an equal split between the both of you, but it's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. It's all about the 2 of you, so you can do as you please. Tepidly, Cove offered his first thoughts on the matter. I don't know. Maybe it's embarrassing, or even sort of dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person I'd want to be there as my best man is my dad. Stop, not his dad being his best man. You've come a long way, Cove. Thank you. I love him wobbly little smile. Stop it. They're so fucking cute, bro. Like, these 2. Hmm. Having that close of a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing. Blake, do you know who will be the lead of your wedding party? And the title isn't important. Best man, best woman, or best person, maid, man, or individual of honor, it's all fine. Oh, I feel like it has to be Liz. Listen, he did great. I love him. I feel like it has to be Liz for the simple fact of Liz has been making jokes about Cove and me getting together for forever and our families becoming like one. So I think it has to be Liz. Yeah. As my best woman, definitely. I don't know why I vibe with best woman way more than I do maid of honor. So best woman. Very well. Anyone else in the parties? Well, I'm good with whichever friends and family being in my party, but kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everybody would probably be in Blake's party if there wasn't more of a split. So if that's okay, there'd probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. That makes sense. Great. For your own party, you chose. Hmm. Who do I want in my party? Who do I want in my party? I feel like gotta be Lee. Hold on. So Lee, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'm gonna go with Lee, Derek, and then Lee, Derek, and my mom's, and then Cove can have Kyra, Miranda, and Terry. I think that's a good split. Yeah. My mom, my ma, and I'd use uh wedding crewmates is kind of cute. I can't explain it. Why do I like that though? Uh yeah, why do I like wedding crewmates? It makes them sound like pirates. That's cute. Yeah. We're going with wedding crewmates. I think that's cute. I can't explain it. Plus, I feel like groomsmen and groomswomen is like just very common. Give me wedding crewmates for the title. I love this. Then my party is gonna be Kyra, Terry, and Miranda. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect. I'll make notes. The statement was made extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter keenly tapping his pen on the armrest. On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. Be fine with anyone making a toast or giving a speech if they want. I'm okay with that too. People are gonna tease us, whether it's in a speech or not. Liz. He means Liz, not people. Liz is gonna be the one giving us shit. Good. He continued along casually, accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves? For custom vows? Just remember, it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. I had custom vows in mind, if I'm honest. We're too much of a couple of characters to do a normal ceremony speech. Custom vows, let's go. Are you okay with that, Cove? Of course. There's a lot I could say, and I'm gonna be really nervous either way. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said. Lovely, just lovely. And that is highly personal, so you each can work on them privately, outside of our appointments. Baxter relaxed back into his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms. We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to get splattered with cake for whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. Damn, Baxter's not fucking around, though. Baxter said, obey boundaries and consent. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard. He literally said, if y'all disrespect the boundaries, I will end the marriage myself. I will file for the fucking divorce. I fucking can't, bro. With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. Here's the thing. I think the cake thing is cute as long as you don't go, like, overboard with it. I think the people that get, like, too messy are assholes. Also, thank you for the hydrate reminder. I think I'm developing, like, my own sense for the hydrate thing, because not me already sipping the water when you did that. Yeah. I would be okay. I want to smash some cake. Cove, you can smear it on me too. Baffled, Cove's gaze remained fixed on you silently. He didn't appear opposed to the idea exactly, but then he rocked with a surprised laugh. Are you really? Your grin grew in amusement at his stunned expression. You drew an X over your heart with your finger. Cross my heart, I promise not to make too much of a mess. It'll be fun. Okay, let's smash some cake. It's ours. He added a quick atom to the statement. But only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Right. There'll be enough for seconds and thirds. That promise sold Cove completely on the idea. Very well. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony next. I can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else that you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them, so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. I love them. They're so cute. I don't mind having a justice of the peace officiating. Me neither. He shrugged, glancing over at you to make sure. A simple justice of the peace was all you needed. Wonderful. I'll get that in motion right away. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle, or perhaps you both want to enter together? Cove, what are you thinking, Cove? He closed his mouth, thinking over the question. His eyebrows pinched together as he imagined the various possibilities. Would you want to do it together? I would. I'd love that. Great. Cool. Exhaling his tension away, Cove closed his eyes. A weak laugh rattled through him. I think I can handle that distance without my legs giving out from under me, especially if we're doing it together. I love him. I believe in you. Cove tried to suppress it, but he couldn't help but giggle at your firm confidence in him, despite the truth you were both painfully aware of. Sighing, you watched him collect himself with an adoring smile. I do mean it. I know you're gonna try, and who knows, you might trip or I might trip, but that's not really what matters. You're right, and I believe in you. I always will. I love them. They're so cute. I will too. Co's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention. Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It is possible to skip that. Yeah, we've got rings. Of course, we can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding band during the wedding. Thanks. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were silver and a round band. They were incredible, but before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again. So, do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waiting attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I don't need one either. Are you both positive? Silently, you held Cove's eye. You nodded, certain with your decision. He turned back to Baxter. We're good on the flowers. Okay, we'll nix all further talk of bouquets then. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That's about all of the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition that you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know. I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want it to be whatever Blake hopes for. Charming. Blake? See, I really like this because I like all of the different things. Because if you look it up, there's like history behind a lot of these. Which one specifically? I googled one of them because I was curious. It might have been, was it the sand pouring ritual? I honestly think I looked up like a couple of them. But I like the idea of like the options there if you want it. However, for me, I just want to keep the ceremony simple. Everyone gathered together. That's all I really need. Of course, it'll be straightforward, but still lovely refined. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, so that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening, but I need to know if we should schedule for any particular kinds of dance. Such as a first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor. Well, only if you're good with it. I would want to have a first dance. I want to have a first dance with you too. That shit's so cute. I love them. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. I was gonna say, I just love the options. Like, give people options, because that's so many, again, it's so fucking customizable. I also love, because I feel like in most things we see, Cove isn't really willing to dance, and here he's like, I want to have a first dance, and that shit's just cute as hell. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. It would be sweet if we had songs where we danced with each other's parents. Stop, that's so cute. We need to do this. A part of you could already imagine your mom's delight taking turns twirling Cove around the dance floor, but that wasn't your only reason for suggesting it. You'd love to have a special moment with Cove's parents for yourself. It was significant that they both welcomed you with open arms. They'd been kind, stable figures for so much of your life now. You wanted to honor that. A rosy blush dusted his cheeks a deeper pink. A parent dance. That'd be great, actually. Then it settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for. Or honestly, arranging between only you two without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat. We'll handle that. While we're here, it's just about the day of. I get it. Fantastic. Now, back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal, casual? Do you have a particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. And also, what about hair? I can brush my hair out so it could be fancier. Though, if that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Blake? You considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying, you know what? This is like a one-time thing. I'm gonna go with the formal occasion. Yeah, I can be formal for our own wedding. And I think I'd be happy if the main color was blue. I'm a sucker for blue. Sounds good. Also, let's see. I think it would be cute if our outfits were a surprise. Yeah, I'd love to surprise you with my outfit during the wedding. That'd be nice. You know what? See, here's the thing. I think I have a slight preference for the suit, but also Cove can pick. Yeah, you were sure Cove would look great no matter what he picked. And Cove, blue goes well with Cove as well. Yeah, it does. I mean, he's the little ocean boy. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the fancier hairstyle. So give him more leeway with his clothes, but formal, and then fancier hairstyle. Yeah, it'd be wonderful to see you with a fancier hairstyle. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent. I know this has all been a lot of Q&Aing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Then Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket it had come from. He ran his now free hands along the smooth inside edges of his jacket. Thank you two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting when we can truly get into the specificities. That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye! Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding, he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time. But that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room. After a beat of hesitation, he reached out his hand towards you. You shook it. He grinned while giving your hand one satisfying shake. Bye. Goodbye for today, Blake. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks, and same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released the other's hand, settling the agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. I was gonna say, I love it too. They're cute as hell. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that made it sound like a question. So, that went well? Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection in the overhead mirror. Right, Baxter will do wonderfully. You're right. Him the smile. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together. We're engaged, and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. I love you. I love you too. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best you could. After all the years you'd known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then, suddenly, the day had ended, and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. I love this for them. They fucking deserve it, bro. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin while you waited for Cove. He wasn't far behind, but there was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move across the sky. You were grateful for that because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross one of the most important details off the list: officially putting the wedding party together. This was the goal for today. Thanks for the hydrate reminder, appreciate it. Yeah, I like their idea. I like the wedding party idea. I think it's cute. Despite the nervous energy fluttering in your stomach, you were already anticipating the stops and phone calls planned. Peeking over at Cove, you hoped he was too. Are you doing all right, Blake? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary, but otherwise I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Me too. Every time you imagined the conversations you'd have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling: joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your lives, and you just couldn't wait to see how they'd take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response. And with that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood. It was soothing, winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. You spent so many years expanding your world, little by little on foot, and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went, but there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked along the upper end of the street. Side by side, you headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. Ah, your first visit of the day. For the day, Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you'd be there for him. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. I think he'll just be happy to see you, no matter what. The warmth intensified in Cove's expression. His hand changed direction, and he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden long to answer the door. His initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin. Hey, come in, come in. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll on in. Hey, Dad, how are you? I'm great, sport. Cool. Well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet and rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern. So, Blake and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized that I needed to ask you about something. I'm all ears, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cove swallowed nervously and nodded. Then the corners of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be all right, being my best man, in the wedding party. Mr. Holden slammed a hand to his chest, clutching his heart. You waited for any kind of sign of life. A part of you wasn't even sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped in a lungful of air. One second, y'all. That's better. Sorry, I had to re-plug in the headphones. Shit was doing like a little buzzy thing. Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's brows bent up, but his delicate smile grew wider. Nobody is forcing me. This is what I want. Dad, you've always supported me. Through the good and the bad, for my whole life you've taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward. Your chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plea. Why would I want somebody else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and then wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in this world that would stop me from being there for my boy. Thanks, Dad. Sniffling, Cove's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Mr. Holden invitingly reached an arm out to you. You joined them. Do not decline these two sweeties. I love them. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouded with tears. The Holdens felt like family to you. And right now, it really settled in how much all of you were now, without question, family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace. You clung on to both of them. Finally, Mr. Holden pulled back, letting his shaking form settle again. Well, I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms. Despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate you both coming by, and I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks. And yeah, we need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more hearing that. Cove shyly nodded and rubbed his arm. Very good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks. Again. I guess we're on to the next stop? You glanced over at Cove. He nodded surely, and you felt a calming surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. I think his dad's gonna be great as his best man. I think that's so cute and really says to, like, how much their relationship's improved. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready? Yep, let's go. You moved your attention to your mom's place right in front of you both. You pointed at the house. We're already here. Stepping up to the condo, you rang the bell and waited. The longer you stood there, the stranger you felt. Because this still felt like your own door. The expression on your face pinched together oddly, but it was short-lived as your ma swung the door open and validated your thoughts. Oh, hello. Oh, sweeties, welcome home. She eagerly ushered you both inside towards the living room. Ma then went over to the hall and cupped a hand to the side of her mouth to be heard in the other room. Pam, come see our guests. Mom curiously peeked out the bedroom door. When she realized who it was, she beamed and gave you a little wave. Hey, kiddos. Hi. Hi, I missed you both. Your mom's expression softened. Mom joined you all in the living room, standing alongside Ma. I love my moms. Look at them. What can we do for you today? We've been working on some wedding preparations, and we were hoping to include you in that. I wonder what that could mean. Ma raised an amused eyebrow and then turned to Mom. Shyly, Cove glanced at you, wordlessly asking for you to take the lead here. Mom and Ma, would either of you want to be a part of our wedding? Cove and I were hoping that Mom would be a crewmate and Ma would also be a wedding crewmate, and Ma would also be a wedding crewmate for me. Of course! Ma excitedly looked from you to Mom and then back again. She was thrilled. If you want me as a wedding crewmate, then I will be. All I want is to be there for my wonderful child's very special day. Mom stepped forward and put her hands on her hips. She beamed proudly. You bet, Blake. Whatever you need, because out of all my kids, you're tied for first place. I fucking can't. Hanging your head, you buried your face in your hands. Mom chortled, extremely pleased with her own joke. Teasing aside, Blake, you've made me very happy. A small, relieved sigh took away the remaining worries twisting in your gut. That went even better than you thought it would. A silly, sweet grin spread ear to ear on Mom as she swayed gently where she stood. She peeked at Ma. I can't believe it. I'm in the same party as Nalani. That's so exciting. Oh, hello, miss. It's so nice to see you here. How long have you been at this lovely party? Ma placed a hand over her heart as she spoke. They both had pink cheeks from laughter, pretending they're hanging out together at an actual event. They're so cute. Stop it. Everything was so much sweeter knowing that your moms were thoroughly enjoying this. Spying on Cove out of the corner of your eye, you caught the fondness he exuded, watching you in return. He seemed just as pleased with your mom's reactions. Okay, well, we'll let the two of you go about with the rest of your planning. Thank you so much for surprising us with this. Ma brushed back her hair, observing you both affectionately. Mom nodded in agreement. You've got a lot to do, but I'm sure you'll be able to hack it. I loved them. Oh, we will. Just prepare yourselves for the best wedding you've ever seen. We're waiting for it. Right, Lonnie? Yes, we're expecting nothing but great things. Thanks, you two. We'll see you soon. Yeah, we appreciate it so much. The tips of Cove's ears were red, but he did his best to be unruffled under your mom's stares. He nodded with a warm smile. Bye. Goodbye. See you around. After that, your moms walked you to the door. You and Cove stepped out into the neighborhood, ready to tackle the next task on your to-do list. With one last glance around the neighborhood, You silently said goodbye. There was so much more to do today, and that would require hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city. Your next visit would be a meet-up with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. You did tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any idea what you were preparing to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car, and you caught up to him with light steps. You weren't that far away from the car when you heard familiar, friendly shouts nearby. You spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway. Hey, buddies! It's so good to see you. Hey, long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet up with them. He waved widely. Hey, thanks for coming down. Blake and I have something to talk to you about, and it's really nice to be able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They both seemed eager to know the details. I was gonna say, I love Randy and Terry. They're so cute. Terry, could you be a groomsman in my wedding party? Yes, I made the cut. Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air. Terry's grin stretched ear to ear. Does that mean you accept? Let me think. At this point, you didn't have a single doubt in your mind, so you were willing to follow along with Terry's playful deliberation. He leisurely crossed his arms. Pretty please, the whole wedding depends on it. All right then, I do accept. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take it back. It's set in stone. We could take it back. No! Cove snickered, leaning towards you. And then Cove's attention moved to Randy. You watched her eagerly in anticipation. Miranda, it'd be great if you could be a groomswoman in my party. Her eyes darted from Cove to you to Terry, and then back to Cove again, before she believed that this was all actually happening. Yeah, I accept. Thank you so much. That would be wonderful. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-armed side-out hug. Cove put a hand to his chest and let out a small sigh of relief. Go Team Cove! Yeah, Team Cove forever. Hey, Blake's party is just as good. I am marrying Blake, remember? We like them. I fucking love this little group, bro. I can't. Not I am marrying them, remember? We like them. Go Team Cove! You cheerily moved your hand like you were waving a flag. That got a hearty laugh out of both Terry and Miranda. Team Blake and Cove's wedding forever. Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely. That's the truth, Randy. Seriously, thanks for this. Yeah, it's super nice to include us in the wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting up with us today. It's nothing, but you'll probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we have a meeting with the wedding planner pretty soon. The Baxman! With a curt shake of the head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely unamused. Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is. Wow. Oh, wow. It's definitely something, but that's what we're doing, and we're gonna go do it now. Team Cove! Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm. Understanding, Terry gave a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Thanks again. We'll see you both soon. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good. Yeah. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit with your friends for a little while, and it was even better having another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive and both were on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pulled your phone out and scrolled through your contacts list. The rest of this task would have to be done long distance, so you turned the speaker up and made the call. Dialing up your big sister, you set the phone to speaker. You were already expecting the inevitable jokes she'd have up her non-sleeves. Hello, Blake. What do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first. No. You're planning a wedding. You have to have something in the works by now. You could tell by the way Cove twitched that he was conflicted. In your gut, you knew that he wanted to roll his eyes at her words, but she wouldn't see that. It's always nice to talk to you, Liz. I know, I'm delightful. Thank you for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. And Cove and I were hoping that you'd be best woman. Ah, yes. Excellent choice, Blake. I'm so proud that my baby sibling grew up to be a bright human being. All my years of being a good role model for you to look up to paid off in the end. I fucking love her. I can't. Are you done? Liz huffed and faux offense over the line. You could easily imagine the smirk on her face. In case you didn't know, I had an entire acceptance speech ready. I would have thanked you in it, but I can be done now if I must. Liz cracked up over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke much more earnestly this time. But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your best woman. Thank you so much for having me. No, thank you. This means a lot to me. Me too, little sibling. I'm glad that you're gonna be a part of this too, Liz. It's natural that you would be. You've been there all along, for better and worse. Rude but fair. I'm looking forward to it. Cool. We gotta go and do more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. And with that, you could happily check another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed out of the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He nodded in agreement with that decision. Hey Blake, how's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Lee was clearly already excited for any potential scoop. Oh, was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was about. Hey, Lee, can I ask you something? Mm-hmm. Will you be a wedding crewmate in my wedding party? Ah! Chuckling, you could feel Cove's affectionate gaze on your skin. It was easy for you both to imagine the way Lee must have been vibrating with wedding energy as she let her enthusiasm spill out loudly over the phone. Lee's cheering was exactly what you wanted to hear. Eventually, she called an end to her mini celebration when she was forced to pause to take a deep breath. I think it's safe to say that was a yes. It sounded like one to me too. Totally yes. I'm in, you know I am. Yes. I'm still just stunned about everything. My cousin is getting married. This is gonna be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family is for. I'm always just a phone call away. Thanks, Lee. We have some more wedding-related things to do, so we'll pick this up again later. Works for me. Good luck with the planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Of course. Bye, Lee. Bye, Blake. Bye, I'm still here. I'd never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up already awaiting the next time you'd see Lee in person. Stretching your arms out, you pleasantly took in the world rolling by out the window. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kyra's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple rings. Hello, Blake, and hello, baby. Hi, Mom 3. Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here? When are you ever far from Blake, especially with what's been happening lately? Damn, not Kyra calling us the fuck out. Ah, yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good, really good. Blake and I actually have something we wanted to ask you. Oh? I'm all ears. I was hoping that you'd be a groomswoman in my wedding party. Aw, my heart. Yes, of course I'll be your groomswoman. You can count on me. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Okay, we have to keep going with more planning, but we'll talk to you later, okay? Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. I love Lee too. I think her pink hair is so fitting for her. This also could be an unpopular opinion, but I think I like Lee's short hair better than her long hair. You didn't have to hover over Derek's name. You hit call without another thought. He picked up before the second ring. Hey, it's Derek. How's it going? Hi, everything's great. Hey, Cove's there too. Talking to Derek always raised his spirits. You chuckled watching Cove's grin widen. Hey too. And Cove's right, things are good. Awesome. Did you both need to talk to me about something specific, or is this just for fun? Yeah, about that. Cove trailed off so that you could pick the conversation up. I wanted to ask if you'd be a wedding crewmate in my party. Oh hell yeah. Of course I'd want to be in your party. All those times being a polite guest at your house worked out. I proved myself worthy of such a position. A stuttering laugh fell from Cove at that. You know, you could have ended up in my party. And that's why I was always a polite guest at your place too. The brain is a muscle I utilize. You never realize that I'm always thinking ahead. You could hear Derek snickering again over the line, but he soon settled down. Your cheeks were starting to hurt from smiling so much. Seriously, congrats again, you two. It means a lot to me that I'll get to be there with you through this. Thanks for being there, Derek. We can't thank you enough, Derek. You were pretty sure that you had knocked him speechless. All you could hear over the line were some sniffles. You both felt fortunate to have such a good friend in Derek. Cove glanced at you with eyes full of affection before moving things along. So, that's what we were calling about, and now there's even more wedding planning to get to. Well, I won't keep you. I'm glad you called. See you later. Yeah, you will. Bye. Bye, Derek. Bye. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention towards Cove with an easy smile. The excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success. We did it! We have wedding parties. Cove didn't take his full focus off of the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice. The corner of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. I know how you feel. You held a hand out to him, and he took it. A part of you was tempted to lace your fingers together, but you didn't want to hold his hand hostage for very long, so you gave him a gentle squeeze instead. It means the world to me too. Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Right. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots at the appointment prior. But there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting. Hey, we have a wedding party now. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. I love them. Love Derek and yeah, I love them. It's gonna be great having everybody all together again. Get everybody here together. Not you bet your butt. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you bet your butt. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation. Me too. Well. He pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and any other dessert you want. We definitely need at least a cake. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are outfits for you both. And you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is gonna be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Blake, any thoughts for your husband-to-be? You know what? Let's decide the venues now. It shouldn't be put off any longer. Plus, if we get like the big scary one out of the way, then the other little stuff is like the exciting things to go with it. Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you. All right, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up into his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent. Blake is right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you readied yourself for such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which used to be private locations, but have since opened up specifically for wedding ceremonies for any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations which can easily host a full-sized after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you'd prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current client. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continuing to smile wearily. Y'all, give me 1 second. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with the headphones, but my sound keeps randomly getting weird, and I don't know if it's just on my end or not, but it's honestly like kind of creepy, and I'm like, listen, this is wedding vibes, not horror movie vibes. Stop it. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. But I don't wish to get carried away in a preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in the air now propping up his chin. Let's figure out. Okay. Be the wires to the mic. Mine used to mess up like that before. Okay, maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. It's definitely like a new development, so I'm wondering if the headphones are just like over me. Can we figure out where the ceremony will be held first? I think that makes sense. Where we're married, then where we're celebrating after. Ceremony, reception, in that order, because that's the order we need them in. Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other. I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cove's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded amiably. Certainly. What did you have in mind? Well, he was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. There's the Poppy Hill. Shut the fuck up. Poppy Hill, where we met, where we got engaged. I think that's where we have to get married, buddies. I think that's the only fucking right answer. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its starring role in your shared story, it made sense. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. It's literally the only right answer. I love it. That's where we met. That's where Cove proposed. We gotta get married on the Poppy Hill. That's where we spent life, bro. It makes sense. That's where we celebrate and, like, make official the start of our life together. That shit is so cute. I told you about it. It's where we got engaged, and he swallowed. And, it's also where we first met. That's sweet. Even Baxter's like, oh my goodness, that's so fucking, it's so wholesome it fucking hurts, bro. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence had been restored in him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offer ways to accommodate it had helped put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there is another option. I know of a bigger, flat field of those flowers in the Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered at the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower. Oh, that's cool. It did sound like it might be quite a stunning location. You began considering the possibility. Good to hear. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in redwood forests? Even though it's kind of further away, it's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We've made some special memories there. Baxter nodded surely. It's an option for certain spots. We could get it set up, if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Not Cove having all of the ideas. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand. Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out most for you? I think it's gotta be the poppy hill behind our house. Because genuinely, I don't know, that shit just feels right. Yeah, the poppy hill behind my house. Ah. He lifted his head up from his phone to face you instead, a note of amusement in his voice. I don't have a photo for that. I do. Wonderful. Baxter leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs as he left Cove to manage the presentation of this one. You saw the trembling in Cove's fingers as he tapped through his gallery, looking for the photo of the hill. In spite of Baxter's earlier show of support, he was still nervous about the idea. I love him wobbly smile. Even though you weren't looking at his screen, you knew the instant he'd found the photo he'd been searching for. Just seeing the photo on his phone made him draw a deep breath through his nostrils. Cove held out his phone for everyone to see, and there it was, yours and Cove's very own Poppy Hill. He started before drifting off. He tried again, pulling his thoughts and feelings into words as best he could to explain it. It's our hill. It's not that impressive or even flat enough to put out chairs for guests, but we could get married there if you want to. Where we met, where we got engaged, where we spent our life growing up together. Coe's voice was sweet as he spoke, but his eyes were earnest and open. You knew what he was really asking was for your honest opinion, whether you'd want to get married there or not. Cove is so cute, I want to fucking die, bro. I can't. Every time I get to interact with the ocean boy, I just get so fucking, I get the cuteness fucking overload. He's just, I want to squeeze him. I want to hug him, I want to smush him. Cove, I think this is the one. Do you? Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The Poppy Hill? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're going to have a Poppy Hill ceremony. That's exciting. He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could host the reception, the same one that I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. Cove's jaw dropped and he uttered a single word. Really? Oh my goodness. Really, it'd be in the main display room with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who'd be as excited by the option as Cove. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. Or, if you wanted something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could also work for a reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about that country club your moms are part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue. They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out, but before you had come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Ah, yes, the Caprice, I believe? You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him. They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family already are members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them, but it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on the knuckles of his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action. What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. So here's the thing. I was all for the beach because I think the beach is another really big one for me and Cove. Plus the beach is like right there, so we could go from the hill to the beach. But the way Cove lit up for the aquarium option, though. Like, the way he reacted finding out our reception could be at the aquarium, I feel like I need to go with the aquarium for him. Nobody else would get that excited. Like, he loves him fucking fish. Cove is literally so goddamn cute, I can't stand it. He needs to have everything he wants, and if him want the aquarium, him get the aquarium. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was very nearly all it took, as he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bobbed his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was even aware he was doing it. Genuinely, it's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. I was gonna say, Cove loves it. I feel like I owe this to my. I know he's Ocean Boy, and I think. Don't get me wrong, I think he would love the beach too. But just him light up and is so cute about being excited about the aquarium. Yeah, I feel like that's going to work. What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. When I did the wedding DLC, I chose the aquarium for the ceremony and it was so nice. Let's fucking go. I got you, Cove. Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for our reception? His voice glittered at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would match us with us for sure. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the Poppy Hill and the reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. You were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his finger and thumb, and then he smiled. Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You'd got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. That's so fucking cute. Ah. You looked back at Cove, thrilled. You read the emotions in Cove's expression that were playing out inside you too. The joy of being a step closer in planning the event and the anticipation for the day itself. Cove beamed back. That's adorable. I love that. I think the Redwoods is good too. And I definitely would have been curious to see how it played out. I think the art book actually has like different wedding areas like planned out and decorated, so maybe I'll look at that some later. I love them. We're getting married, you cheered. With one of the most critical elements sorted, the big occasion was really coming together. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all that he could think about was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out to the location managers and make arrangements, so you came to the mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Goodbyes followed, then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. Oh, I adore the art book. I look over that. That's so fucking worth it. 'Cause this game is gorgeous. I stop and admire it mid-playing all the time. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. What shall we be doing today? Oh, goodness. Okay. I feel like we can go from top to bottom. So caterer, cake, clothes, and then dance. Geez, that's a lot of C's. I didn't even realize that. Caterer, cake, clothes. One of these things is not like the other, 'cause not the goddamn dance sessions. Fucking breaking the mold. Okay. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll start with the caterer and then work our way down. I like that plan. However, I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back, y'all. Hello, hello. How we doing? How we feeling? Let's just check on everything real quick. Okay. Everything still looks good. We're still up and running smoothly. Plus, I figure also partly for my own sake, get the food-related ones out of the way earlier on, so I have less of a chance of being super hungry here. Thank you for the welcome back. Appreciate it. Okie dokie. We can get back into things now. How about we just pick a caterer? Alright. Cove's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Plus, I think it's a good, reward for Cove of, hey, we did the big scary part. Let's have some fun with, the food and stuff. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapped it with the tips of his fingers. That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs, but don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Yeah, I always want food when I'm streaming about food. Doesn't help that I didn't eat before stream either, so I'll be digging into something after the stream's over. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call and you had scheduled a time to go over details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. And as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help. It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the offices, you noticed the little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. I was gonna say, Baxter's really good at his job. I also he's the only one we really see, doing his job in the game. We really get to see him in his element like that. You were led inside the building, past his seating room, and directly into their commercial kitchen. It was sleek silver and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cove, she gave a little bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I hear that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full-course meal with a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We'll also include all of the plating, silverware, and glasses, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom. And my name's Blake. I'm the other groom. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Okay. Hi, Rhonda. Hey, nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now I have a little pamphlet that I'm gonna go grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay. I'm gonna explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands too. Ooh, pretty. Okay. Catering excellent taste. One remarkable catering experience. Call for reservation. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent across the board, easy peasy, or we can do up to 2 fully separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. And it practically goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need some specific elements left out. We can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu did you 2 have in mind? One with no special requirements? There wasn't anything in particular that you felt like you needed to restrict or make specific arrangements for. Your group of friends and family could work with whatever. And that's the only menu style needed. You were confident that your friends and family were in for a delicious surprise. Turning to Cove, you checked to see if he had opinions on the menu. How does that sound? He paused on that thought. Cove scratched the back of his neck and let out a chuckle. There's nothing else I can really come up with. You said it all. I was gonna say, so many options and stuff. You had to grin at that. There was almost nothing you 2 wouldn't try at least once. Great. That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep that ball rolling. Yes, please. At the minimum, there's gonna be a main entree in our service, so that's 1 course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer. I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad, soup, a hot appetizer, a cold appetizer, and or a palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? Holy nuggets! Given the fact that Cove and I are both mutual foodies, and it is for our wedding, which you only theoretically get one of, I'm going with, let's do the full 6-course meal. Why not, right? Cove laughed abruptly, then he stared at you in awe for a moment. Do you seriously mean that? A 6-course meal plus the dessert we're getting? Let's go all in. That part right now. Wow, okay. The whole thing it is then. The last thing I'm gonna be upset over is more food. That's what I thought, and that's what I thought for both of us. Go big or go home, buddies. This is our wedding. All of the food. In that case, there's no need to select which types of extra courses you're having, because you'll be getting one of each. The corners of Cove's mouth bent into an amused grin as he lightly reached over to squeeze your hand. You could tell that he was getting more excited about this plan by the second. You shared that feeling wholeheartedly. Seriously, why bother picking between things when we can enjoy them all? Perfection! Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild, or we can easily push the spice levels up. Mild as a base, please. I don't have the tummy for spicy. That'll keep everyone happy. Maybe there could be sauces on the table for people to add their own. I like that. Cove has a big brain. We can do that. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still, you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you all had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we a just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water, even if you have other options, so don't worry about it. Oh, I'd like there to be... let's do sparkling water, coffee, tea, fruit juices, wines, liquors, beer, mixed cocktails. And that's everything I'm thinking. I think we covered it. There's nothing else I'd want to add. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Pleased, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Cove with a new determined gleam. It's just bubbly water, like it's fancier. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine the foods would be based on, and so on and on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. But most of all, you were so grateful to have a set menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? Ah, I'd like if some care was put into the arrangement, but it doesn't need to be super fancy. Yeah, it would be kinda nice if it felt special for that day of all times. That works for us. So as I started to talk about way back when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before you or Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Ah, wait. Give me another sec. I'll grab some stacks. You should see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. What, does it look like I want to pick out plates? An abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and a moment later, your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates balanced in each of her hands. I was gonna say, I like Rhonda. She stepped up to a clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them, perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the white. The two of you looked silently at the collection of completely plain white dinner plates. And there's the swirl. Okay, why do I kinda like the swirl, though? The swirl is giving fancy, it's giving wedding. As promised, the white plates she put down did have some swirls on them. That was as much as could be noted on that. Now what are you thinking? I like the swirly one. Yeah, the swirly one's just giving more wedding, if we're being honest. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're getting both the hot and cold appetizer courses, there's an extra piece to this puzzle. Now what we could do is just bring them out ahead of the meal and place them in front of each guest in their seat, but that's not our only option. We could have all the appetizers set out on a single table from the very start of the reception, so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the party with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. Yes, the visual novel. Yeah, the first one was too plain. The fucking swirls, for some reason, just give a fancier vibe. I don't know. Maybe that's just my brain. Couldn't tell ya. mean, we could leave them out on a single table. I don't know. That's up to Cove. I picked the plate. He can pick how we serve the appetizers. What do you think, buddy? Okay, then. Having them available whenever on a table sounds good to me. People wouldn't have to wait or go after servers. That's a good idea. I can also honestly picture Cove chasing around like a specific server because he wants another one. So it's probably better they're just laid out on a table. Then we can do that. Righto, that's what we'll do. Thank you. And now you can breathe. We're done! Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. See, now I'm just picturing Cove dressed up fancy and speed walking towards the server, trying to be like, come back here, I want one more. Give me one more, I promise, just one. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 6-course, no special requirements, mild meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come, I promise. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? He's such a little dork, I love him. Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Co's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right, and then you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks, again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged, and exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening. Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? Yeah, so now that we got the food part figured out, it's time. Let's design a cake now, Cove. Let's fucking go. The food and the cake would be the things I'd be the most excited about. I love food. Like, Cove is really just like a guy after my own heart with the foodie mentality that he has. He's always fucking hyped for some food. Okay. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd registered your choice. Beside you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself. Good idea, Blake. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an adoring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you with a soft laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement. You figured he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency had worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that they recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together, you reviewed the websites for all potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for both you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, briefing them on your basic requirements, had taken up all the remaining time you had with Baxter for today. The three of you rose from your seats, one after the other. It's been great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you, we'll have our wedding cake picked out. I was gonna say, we got so much done. Baxter is great at his job. I can't. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. One thing after another. Let's go. Right. If everything goes to plan. Of course. I'm sure you'll have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. Though I won't be there in person, you can always text me if you want advice during the process. Oh, I'm pretty sure Cove's going to be on top of this, you joked. Cove puffed his chest out proudly. Thank you, Blake. He waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for the day. Hey, I know this bakery. Let's fucking go. The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. I adore this bakery. It's so fucking cute. The display case was full of the daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homey brownies and cupcakes. Usually, those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. Dude is so in his element right now. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visited a bakery, where he'd have rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. I'll do a double hydrate. It's okay. It's okay. It's important to be hydrated while I'm doing all this reading. Y'all are keeping me on top of it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited. I think the cake process is going to be fun. Plus, like every decision we make, we're one step closer to our wedding, buddies. I'm fucking hyped. It's so fucking cute. I'm also excited to see, like, the finished result for the cake. Okay, one more. When I get multiple hydrates, I want to make sure that everybody gets their actual points worth. Okay. Where were we? I adore this game, bro. All the characters, I want to just squeeze them. Okay. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. I'm so hyped for the wedding. As they approached, you saw the name on their tag said Xavier, with a little purple button pinned to one strap of their apron with the words they, them printed in black letters. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. Hello. Thanks for coming by, Zake. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi. Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Blake. We've got an appointment here. His voice, which had started out measured and even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, devolving into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. I love him. What he said. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course. Welcome, Blake and Cove, our two grooms. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front and we can start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats. As you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf, where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it, starting with the size of the cake. How big do you want to go? We can go as big as 5 tiers high. Holy nuggets. 2 or 3 maybe? Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked to you for input. Fuck it, I mean, here's the thing. When we did catering, we went big. We went with the 6 courses, we went with the maximum. Because it's our wedding. It's a one-time thing. Go big or go fucking home. So I'm all for, if they can do 5, then let's do 5. Poor Cove is not going to be able to cope with the amount of food and dessert at this goddamn wedding. Cove's mouth fell open as he stared at you. The corners of his mouth began to curve upwards as he gradually recovered from the shock. Exactly, it's a special day. This isn't just like any party. Go big or go home, buddies. Seriously? You nodded, your expression unchanged. Of course. Cove retrieved his jaw and put on his best lopsided smile. Okay, we'll get a 5-tier cake. Seeing as you'd reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. I'm so used to us talking to Baxter. Poor Xavier. A 5-tier cake it is. They glanced up from the binder, smiling. That will give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you'd want us to aim for the overall style? Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you'd reviewed ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there and said, probably. I'm gonna go with simplistic. I gotta be honest, I don't know a lot in terms of wedding cake decorations or themes. So simplistic will probably, but beachy though. Beachy feels much more like the couple that this is for. We got the ocean boy. Go beachy. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval. Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just the three of you, he had no chance of hiding. You could swear that he was shrinking lower in his seat, as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. You spoke up and said, rainbow. We're fruity as hell in this relationship. Gotta go rainbow. Gorgeous. I've got you. Xavier looked up from the binder. Right, so we're going for a 5-tier rainbow cake that's beachy. That already sounds adorable, holy crap. You could picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you'd wanted. Yeah, that's right. Cove, who was staring at you like you'd saved him from a life or death situation rather than answering a couple of simple questions in a pleasant bakery, gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. They got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part? Oh, if this is what I think it is, Cove is gonna be over the goddamn fucking moon. Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was just fine, as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling with anticipation. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter onto the table, where it clattered against the hard surface as it settled. Absolutely. Oh, Cove is gonna be like a kid in a fucking candy store. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices, with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. Oh, if Cove wasn't already in his element, he's about to be hyped the fuck up so bad. The beautiful array of colors and breadth of selection made for a wonderfully presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation. We get to try samples? This might be the best day of his life. Don't get me wrong, I think our wedding's gonna be up there, but trying all the different types of cake, I wouldn't blame him. Him just a little foodie at heart, though. Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. You do. They pointed at the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we've got a few cake flavors for you today. Vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved over to the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry maple, and mocha buttercream. Over here we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings. Though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you'd prefer. Having talked you through the samples, they straightened up. These are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you with one each. All of the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you've got the stomach for it. Oh, Cove 1000% has the stomach for it. Cove said challenge accepted. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Cove, you suspected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer to sample everything. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake, frosting, and filling options in turn, moving from left to right and from top to bottom. You chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you noted that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case he wanted it too. I think I like a good chocolate cake. Specifically, there was one I used to get that was this like chocolate. It was like a Hershey cake. So it was chocolate cake and then the frosting on top. That shit was really good. Can we also just take a moment to appreciate that Cove, being the foodie he is not only trying everything, but making sure he leaves our share in case we want it. Because my whole heart. Mind you, I'm not typically a cake or like sweet treat person. I don't have that big of a sweet tooth unless the mood strikes. My sweet tooth is so come and go, all or nothing, that it's very strange. But not him leaving enough for each sample. You started trying everything as well. This is absolutely like a me and Cove thing right now. It all looked delicious. Picking up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cakes, frosting, and fillings on offer. You murmured your delight to each other as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. I adore him. He's so fucking thoughtful it hurts, bro. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot that you weren't alone with Cove, but this, too, was by design. The baker stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held up your fork to feed a piece to Cove. Cove spotted the poised fork in front of him, laden with cake. You knew your intentions had been understood as a blush spread over his cheeks. I've been sharing food with him for forever, what do you mean? Even now, it was criminally easy to make him embarrassed. Still, he leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. He brought the fork to his lips, and he happily ate the treat. Thanks, Blake. He held up his own fork where the bite he'd been about to take was waiting. Would you like? He trailed off shyly. He leaned in to be fed. They're so cute. I can't. They've been doing this shit since they shared the fucking little ice cream cups back when they went to see the fucking fireworks at the cookout. Like, stop it. Cove's eyes glittered, happy to reciprocate. You bit down around his fork. The cake seemed sweeter when it was being fed to you like this. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, could we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't. At least not in a single cake, and I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding. Yeah, we should just go with the one. It's okay, Cove. We can always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. It would be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. I love his wobbly smile. He is so, my goodness. I can only imagine how many cake layers that would require. Because it sounds like this place has, a lot of cake options. Now that you and Cove were experts in the bakery's cakes, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose 2 sets of different flavors. What works for you? Having different flavors for tiers sounds fun. Yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you. So, what's your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever, but were you thinking something kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? You picked up the copy of the form to review the options again. After studying it carefully, you said, maybe chocolatey. Okay. He rested his chin in his hand as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. What about something like a marbled cake with milk chocolate ganache on the inside and peanut butter buttercream on the outside? That sounds wonderful. Let's go with that for one of the sets. Chocolate and peanut butter are such a classic fucking combination. Good idea, Cove. Cove straightened up at your words of approval, amazed that his idea had been helpful. The baker jotted it down. I'm good with that. How about the rest? Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest, let's do, what if we did a chocolate cake. For the frosting, you liked the idea of, what if we do chocolate, and then something strawberry on the inside? Because chocolate and strawberry are another good combination. When it came to the inside filling, you proposed, yeah, like fresh berries or fresh fruit or berries. Specifically, yeah, do strawberries. Cove, who'd been nodding along with your suggestions, recapped the idea. So you're thinking of a chocolate cake with chocolate frosting and fresh strawberries on the inside? Yes, that. I want that cake for me for real. That's right. It sounds really good to me. Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. You were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. I also love that, Cove picked some of the layers and I picked some of the layers. We're really being like a little team about all of this. The inside of the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Do you like fondant or maybe ganache? Cove shrugged. You said, I love this for them. See, I don't know the difference with the different. I'm not that educated in the cake world. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Appreciate it. I love that they're just being a little team for their big day. Hold on, I'm kind of curious. What's up with fondant versus ganache? Okay. So can I get just like a basic whipped chocolate ganache? Has a lighter texture and is great for dessert cakes or layering cakes. Fondant is a rolled icing used to make the fancy cakes, such as wedding cakes, sculptured in 3D cakes. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not super educated in the cake decorating world. You know what though? I'm thinking just some more buttercream. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down in the binder. Yeah, that's what I'm taking away from it, is that it's thinner. It also seems like the fondant is more typically associated with wedding cakes from my understanding. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and presentation of the cake? Oh my goodness, a double groom cake topper? That, please. Chocolate made decorations could be fun. Let's do royal icing piping. And I think, and that's everything. Yeah, no problem. I always, if I don't know something, I'm more than happy to do a quick Google and be like, can the internet educate me real quick? Because fun fact, we don't live to know everything. We're constantly learning, and that's fine. Yeah, and that's everything. Nice and straightforward. I like it. Awesome. We've got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You'd picked out your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. It would be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye. Wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were, he was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back to the present. I am so hyped for all the little details and stuff. It's gonna be so good. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. Though, before you go, are you wanting any other dessert on the side? Maybe cupcakes or cookies? Or we could do something else if there's anything specific you have in mind. Aw, wait a minute. Our wedding pretzel's a thing. We love pretzels. Cove roared with laughter. He struggled to rein in his amusement long enough to speak. Please tell me that's an option. Unexpected, but not impossible. We can make you some pretzels. Cove beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. I was gonna say, a good, fresh, soft, warm pretzel. Damn. Those fucking hit, bro. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything from your preferences for flavor and texture to the quantity you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So you're getting a 5-tier cake with a beachy kind of feel that's multi-flavored. And you're also getting some pretzels along with it? Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cove standing over it and ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. Once the final arrangements had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up another day for another session. A few light-hearted words were exchanged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly. Cove's mood was still shining, and Baxter could tell. I take it the cake designing went well. Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crayon art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. We're getting a really big one. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? Damn, we're already like halfway through the fucking planning process. That's... damn. This shit's flying the fuck by. I'm hyped for them though. Okay, next up on the agenda, I'd want to settle on our clothes for the day. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at the thought. I can imagine you'll both look incredible. So, I recall that the two of you are intending to keep the outfits nice and secret for the special day. Does that mean that you're each shopping alone, or were you thinking about extending the invitation to someone else? I want my dad to come. It sounds like something a best man should do, right? I mean, I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so, you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though. Of course. You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Teleporters would make life so much easier. Yeah, it would be a lot more convenient. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you were sure that no matter what Cove wore, Kyra would still be just as excited to see him on the big day. And it was great that he'd still be able to bring his dad. Tell him I said hi. For your own shopping adventure, you'd pictured how you wanted the experience to go. Then you directed your attention back at Baxter, finally ready to answer his question. I'm gonna go with my moms. Gotta bring moms along. You welcomed your mom's help on this shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in a mirror when trying on the 13th outfit for 15 minutes, trying to judge it in the previous dozen options yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off on that next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which store or stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There is also a shop that focuses on suits, pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. They also have all the relevant additions that you'd be likely to want. I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go to the suit shop. And you, Blake? I'm interested in the suit shop too. Let's make sure we go at different times. Otherwise, the whole plan of keeping things secret might get foiled if we run into each other there. Suddenly, you had a very clear picture in your head of Cove stumbling into you like some comedy skit, and the 2 of you failing to not catch glimpses of the other's choices. Baxter snorted, probably imagining something similar. He nodded, agreeing with Cove. I can help you schedule. It shouldn't be an issue. Baxter turned to his computer screen and started clicking. He showed you the shop's available hours and opened a calendar program to discuss the times that would work. Baxter pondered the choice and let you have first pick while he... Cove pondered the choice and let you have first pick while he was deciding. Baxter took a note of both of your decisions. Cove would be first, and you would go after him. There would be no chances of overlap. Cove sighed, relieved that it was all taken care of so easily. Lovely. You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over for his notebook on the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you, and I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Cove's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up, following him. Not toodaloo. Who says toodaloo for real? Bye. I am so excited for them. They're gonna be all fancy and shit. Oh my goodness. Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. You temporarily said goodbye to your fiancé. You hugged Cove and he squeezed you back with a big grin on his face. Have fun, Blake. You have fun yourself. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looking forward to the rest of the day. Your car beeped when you unlocked it and you climbed in the driver's seat. Wait a minute, I drive now? Cove waved you off when you left. You swung by the neighborhood and picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who called shotgun first and who would spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive, full of light conversation. For example, you learned there was a rumor going around Sunset Bird about finally fixing up the old park. Ma doubted it was going to happen, since apparently it had been going around the grapevine for a while. Mom didn't think there would be smoke without a fire. But that's getting off topic. What are you hoping to find today, Blake? You mentioned a few of your ideas, and your parents listened eagerly, chattering about possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Ooh, fancy as hell. Okay. The door was heavy when you pushed it open. You entered the formal shop and took it all in. Damn! The floors were slick and shiny. If you ran your shoe over it just right, a squeak would echo through the space. It was unsurprisingly well lit, showing off all the strikingly prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlights. I was gonna say, I'm hyped to be here. Let's fucking go. You shivered a little at the temperature, but it was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers would be trying on while in the location. This will do nicely. Phew, that's a relief. I don't want to know what would have happened if this place wasn't up to snuff. Ma rolled her eyes at Mom's teasing and grinned. You were glad that they approved of the place. A man in a pressed gray suit and a green spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. Hello, I'm Thul and I work as an assistant here. How can I help you? I'm Blake. I came to look for an outfit for my wedding. I love that my mom's got to be here. It's so fucking cute. Of course, I'd be thrilled to work together to find something. Thul took a step up closer to you. What do you want to wear in terms of the basic pieces? A shirt and pants. Roger that. Do you have colors in mind? For the top, I'd like... not rainbow. Okay, I'm thinking for the top, blue, and probably black for the pants. Yeah, blue. For the bottom, yeah, go black. I can do that. What are you thinking about with the style? You hesitated, not sure what your options even were. Tell you what, I'll list out some words and you can pick what matches your vision best. You nodded and listened to him speak, picking the descriptions you liked one after another as he recited them. I think something probably in between traditional and modern. Probably not textured. I feel like textured I'd feel weird about physically. And I'm not big on shiny, so we'll go with matte cloth. Go with long sleeved with, I'm thinking a buttoned jacket. A buttoned or unbuttoned. I do want a vest. I think the vest is cool. Probably a buttoned vest too. And we'll go with a good old-fashioned tie. I like it. Just let me measure you, and I'll bring the parts out for you. Thal took out a measuring tape from inside his own suit jacket and took your measurements. I will be right back. Thal reappeared in no time at all, with your described outfit draped over his arm. He lifted it up and let the full length of it flow for you to admire. You could definitely say it had a classic feel to it. Blake, this is exactly the kind of thing I imagined when I knew you were having a wedding. Oh, Pam, it does seem like something out of a dream. This is perfect. You're welcome to put it on. Can I bring you anything else? We have plenty of accessories to pair with your set. Well, we already have the jacket. How about... I don't know if we need anything else, actually. Because we already technically have the jacket. Yeah, no, not a crown. No, I don't want any. I think we're good. It's not counting the jacket. I'm gonna say the jacket just to be safe. And that's everything. You and the assistant went back and forth over what styles and colors you wanted when accessorizing. He went to grab your accessories while you changed. There were changing rooms in the back, and you closed the polished wood door behind you when you entered. You got into the perfectly pressed shirt and pants. The pieces laid on you nicely, not overly large or too uncomfortably tight. You checked yourself over before exiting the room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You pushed the solid door aside and stepped back to the main room of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. Thal returned to your side and helped accessorize you. The look was finished. Thank you for the hydration reminder, I appreciate it. The assistant grinned, satisfied. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You in the shirt and pants you'd wear to the ceremony. It felt real. You were so excited. Let's go. You felt like jumping for joy and struggled not to run around telling everyone in the shop how lucky you were to be marrying Cove. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side. It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You've never looked better, kiddo. You twisted around, looking back at the mirror. It was the right choice. With your perfect outfit chosen, the only things left were details. You had a few more measurements taken, a tape measure recording your every inch so that the shirt and pants could fit you exactly. Payment and pickup for the outfit were also ironed out. You had received the tailored clothing in time for the wedding. When outside, you had to resist the urge to instantly call Cove. He needed his time to get a suit before you checked in. You kept yourself busy with other errands until you were certain he would be finished. I could have sworn they said Cove was going first, but whatever. Then you selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped the call button. He answered right away. His voice was chirpy over the phone, eager to talk to you. Hey, Blake. Hi. How did it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list. That's so good. I'm glad it worked out. He sounded sweet, and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier than you had been for successfully finding your outfit. How were things for you? I did it too. Me and Dad kind of struggled, but it worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You should like it. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to show you. I really think you'll like it. The shop assistant really helped out. It's the most coordinated outfit I think I'll ever wear. You heard Mr. Holden's laughter crackle faintly over the phone. You got that right. I didn't even realize that matching pants to a shirt was such a big deal. I can respect someone who knows the secrets of clothing. Suddenly, the days before the wedding seemed even longer. Now you would be in suspense. But I should probably let you go. We can see each other in person once we get back. Goodbye for a little bit, Blake. I love you. Love you too. Bye, Cove. You ended the call gleefully and tucked the phone away. Then you pulled out your keys and hurried off to your fiancé. You also gave your appreciation to your moms for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense you'd been missing him and needed that time. You parked in the familiar street to drop off your moms. With the car parked in front of your old house, you said your goodbyes. Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You thanked them for joining you and waved until they disappeared into the house. In the car, with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Hell yeah, we back, BB! Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you. Hello. Were you both able to find pieces you're happy with? I think so. It's gonna be wonderful. Yeah. As it should be. What shall we be doing today? Damn, we're down to the dance sessions. Holy nuggets. Shit's flying the fuck by, for real. I feel like we should begin the dance sessions. Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand in an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We'd need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times. His brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. Cove and I can attend lessons in the afternoon. Then, Blake, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there is enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person is at their own level and will need guidance with different aspects. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. You shot Cove and Baxter a pleased thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss. Excellent, I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There is no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged and left space for you to answer. Let's see. It'd be, for as far as the dancing, maybe traditional wedding music? You felt it would be nice to use the standard arrangements. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for. Of course, and speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. See, if I was given the option, I would have done something similar to like what Baxter said he did recently, where like there was some classical or some slower stuff, and then stuff like they grew up on. But it didn't give me the split option, so I'm like, I guess traditional will be cool. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. Probably would have done classical. That's fair. That's cool. I love all the options. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snack section. You debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. You bought chips. You snatched a bag off the shelf and brought it to a checkout. See if these are for me or are we getting these for Cove? Because I don't like salt and vinegar, but I'm pretty sure he does. We'll get them and offer them for Cove. Yeah, they were salt and vinegar flavored. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Yeah, I don't like salt and vinegar chips. I think they're gross. They're like sour. I'm also not a fan of like vinegar as a whole. Like even the smell of vinegar, I'm like, ew, yuck. But they're what our ocean boy likes. So if I can surprise him after his little dance lesson with some snacks, then I'm gonna do that. It's who I am. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. It's a taste that'll grow on you when you're older. Ew, see, I don't think I'll ever like salt and vinegar chips. Shit's gross. But I'll take your word for it for now. If it doesn't, though, I hold the right to tell you I told you so. Baxter is kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What'd you talk about with all your time together? To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you could remember of that summer years ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. Cove hummed and thought. We mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think we also talked about some general wedding stuff. He asked me about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before, when he wasn't our wedding planner. He paused for a moment, then continued. It had to have been on purpose. I guess he didn't forget how I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. You heard Cove tap the car door with his fingertips as you made a right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more now, so we kind of made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lips. That was good to hear. Him want to be friendly with Baxter. Let's go. You finally pulled into a parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long given your own lesson. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. You offered some to Cove. Give it to my ocean boy. Have the chips. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. Y'all are making sure I'm gonna need another bathroom break, damn. If you're hungry, feel free to snack. He probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long. You pointed over at the food, and Cove's eyes widened at the sight. You are the best. I got you, Cove. Dang, thank you for the... Jeez, thanks for the hydration reminders. What was that, 3 of them? Okay, I got you. Y'all are turning it into a challenge of how many bathroom breaks can we make Blake need from the hydrates. 4? Hold on, I thought I got the first one. Yeah, no, I got the first one. Thank you for the hydrate reminders, I appreciate it. We'll take a minute and do some sips. It's okay, listen, I'm prepared. I still got 5 waters sitting next to me. So throw as many hydrates at me as you want. Although if we get too hydratey, I might update it and up the pointage. I have no clue, I can't tell, that's fair. Well, given the fact I already said thank you and took a sip for 1, and then 3 new ones came in, that's what we're going with, but I will still sip for a minute. So many hydrates. Okay, we're getting close to needing our first refill of the night. Let's fucking go. Okay. I think that's good for how many hydrates I got. I don't know, I'm just winging it. Usually it'd be a sip per hydrate, but when I'm given that many back to back, I like to do a little bit more. I love Cove. I'm happy he's happy about the chips. I'll see you later. Bye. I love you. I love you too. Cove leaned over and gave you a quick kiss. You beamed back at him. You left Cove with the car and walked with a bounce in your step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors of the office building let you in after a firm yank. The air was cooler than what was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls, a left past the fire extinguisher, and then a right at the first set of doors. You found a set of thick glass doors. You peered into a large event room. It had to be the place. Oh my goodness. See, I love this, but it's also making me think of where we came when we came here for him with another thing. Oh, all of the endings and stuff just mushed together in my brain. It's both happy but also sad. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but for now it had all been cleared for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back where Baxter was. He raised his head and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and an elegant fountain pen left on the counter, he strode forward and met you in the middle of the large room. Welcome, Blake. I'm glad you could make it. Hey! You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. Not I'm ready to boogie. I'm fantastic. Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked a button. A speaker system you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. Familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you talked about yesterday ready. He tucked the remote back into his pocket, and then Baxter turned his attention on you. He offered you his hand. I'll lead, at least at first. We can switch later if you prefer. His gesture felt grandly formal. He'd had enough performance practice to really feel as if he'd stepped out of a fairy tale ball. You took his hand, ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and he put his other arm across your back. Your other hand hovered awkwardly in the air. You weren't sure where to place it. His shoulder, his back? He noticed your confusion and directed you into the proper form for a slow dance. When you were comfortable, he guided you into the steps. You watched your feet, carefully following his lead. He was a good teacher and a reliable partner for dance. It didn't take long for you to start moving to the music, following the rhythm rather than worrying about what foot went where. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately. Oh, I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons I was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. Not the comment towards the past. Cove said he didn't talk about the past with him. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed, clear and bright. I think I'll be all right. We have our own cars now. You were impressed he still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek floor in time with each other's. So tell me, how did things go with Cove? Baxter chuckled as he led you to the left. You followed, watching his reaction more than your feet. Cove is a remarkably sweet man. You have nothing to worry about, in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor-client privilege. That response piqued your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was plain on your face, but Baxter suddenly focused on your heels. With him staring downward, you paid more attention to your timing. Very nice. It was clear that you weren't going to get more out of him on the topic. Do you still dance often? I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couples would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance, somewhere else for a heartbeat. Then he came back to you and smiled. I still love dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit that he appeared happy enough during this session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine you've dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see. I hate knowing that that's just 'cause you don't have a partner to do it with. Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for a dance. The feeling is mutual. He also loved the excuse to dance. This session was a lot of fun. If only the world gave more excuses to dance, that would be a planet you'd love to live on. My whole heart, him just need to be loved. I'm sorry, my guy. In another timeline, I promise. In another timeline, in another life, I love you so good, I swear. But right now it's about Cove. I'm glad we met again, you know. He faltered in his step, throwing the dance to a halt. He recovered quickly, his toes going back to precisely formed motions. But his face still showed the strain of the upset. I feel like this is the part where, whether you want to say if it was for the game not being set up for like the smooth happy endings and stuff, and like once you're in a relationship it doesn't go away, or if you want to associate it with his character and the type of person that he is and how we know he is mentally, I genuinely feel like this face is him being like, damn, are they like really happy with Cove, or could I potentially swoop in and shoot my shot here? Like, I feel like that's this look right now. Him genuinely being like, do I say what I want to say, or do I keep it like professional and formal and don't go diving into the past of my mistakes? He took a deep breath. Tremors went through his shoulders from the effort of keeping his perfect poise. I apologized for vanishing so thoroughly and not even attempting to keep in touch. It was unkind. His lips twitched. It was closer to a grimace than anything resembling a smile, even though you thought that's what he was attempting. I didn't think it mattered at the time to end it completely once I left Sunset Bird behind. At least, that's what I told myself, or rather, what I hoped would be true. I wished hard that when you and everyone there didn't see me anymore, that you would never think of me again. You'd go on with your lives happily, and I wouldn't factor into it. He paused again. How did music sound so much like cold silence? That doesn't make much sense to you, I imagine. Baxter offered a one-shoulder shrug for your supposed trouble. You waited for him to explain. It's the eternal story of my life. I want to be liked, but I can't be important. And on that same note, that's likely why I'm always drawn to the person everyone wants. They don't need me. A suitor for a season, a planner at a wedding. That's me. I'm not like him. Not that I'm not like him. Stop. Cove is a fiancé. He stays, he tries. Clingy, I think your friends and family liked to joke. I never thought so. He didn't even care for me, but was willing to dance together to do a better job for his wedding. In life, there are just some ones, and then there's the one. You found your one, and I'm genuinely thrilled you did, and that he found his. All I want is to assist with that happiness and to not get in the way of it. Why do I want to cry for him, though, for real? But I've begun to ramble. We don't need to get mired in my troubled past when the future is so bright. Baxter's tone was pointed with finality. That was as much as he would say. The pace of the dance sped up, going back to what it had been before. You nearly stepped on his foot at the sudden change. Since he clearly was not going to discuss it more, you didn't attempt to pry for more details. This had gotten into incredibly personal territory. You deserve to be important. He dropped his gaze at your words, uncomfortable with your sincerity. You decided not to push anymore, and the tension slowly drained out of him. Baxter schooled his face, and for all the world appeared like the conversation had never affected him. Damn, my fucking heart, bro. I can't. I'm also going to stop real quick for another bathroom break. I will be right back. Thank you, thank you. Hello, how we doing? How we feeling? Almost 4 hours in, I think we're still going strong, so hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's also, yeah, I think knowing Baxter's ending and the option to end up with him just makes this even more sad. Because we know how much him needs somebody to love so bad. Him needs somebody to love him even fucking more, though. Okay. You focused on your movement. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps didn't echo distractingly off the walls. You both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all these years without contact. However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you were doing this with your husband. Yeah, I don't think I'm really one for leading with dancing, so Baxter can keep leading. He obliged easily. By the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter, and Cove came to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing into the passenger seat and clicking in your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. How'd it go? How'd it go? The amused sparkle in his eye let you know that using your words was completely and utterly intentional. It was fine. You appreciated the session, but it was not something that you would want to make a habit of. Also, did I thank you for buying me a snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope there's some left. You craned your neck around to inspect the back seat. You saw an additional snack, and Cove laughed. Don't worry, I didn't eat everything. I bought some drinks to go with them. I thought they'd be nice for a post-dance pickup. Cove better know how much you loved him, especially in moments like this. Hey, seriously, what did you and Baxter talk about? You couldn't forget how Baxter phrased it at all. You were too curious. When you were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He tried to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seemed like he was implying something. The angle of Cove's eyebrows crept into concerned territory, so you elaborated. It wasn't bad. It actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Cove's brows then pinched together. They were approaching deep thought. I guess, well, I'm not good at dancing. I never have been. You know that. It's hard and nerve-wracking. And I made it clear why I was going through with something I'm not cut out to do, who it was for. He showed you a soft smile, and his eyebrows evened out to normal. Maybe that's what he meant. You blushed, your eyes straying to a window. The parking lot had emptied out from earlier this afternoon. It really was just you and Cove. Maybe it was. You felt very lucky to have such a loving fiancé. With the day's arrangements taken care of, Cove pulled out of the empty lot and started to drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, it would be for the usual kind of office visit, no dancing required. You highly anticipated getting back to the other aspects of wedding planning. No footwork, just working on making your wedding to Cove perfect. When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Heya. Hi. Good afternoon. So nice to see you again. With all of the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you are having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bend in his knees was like the snap of two branches. He nearly fell onto the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease. Well, then, this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face. In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, appreciate it. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Wow, thanks. I was gonna say our final Baxter appointment. And then the wedding? Are you fucking kidding me? Now, having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. I've got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single-bed rooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there the morning of. Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. You remember how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had to come into Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand. I'm glad to hear that. I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with the cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? Ah, uh, that was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, though communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with one another. This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in. I mean, I didn't have plans to be away from Blake. You know, I like being around them when it's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that, if it's a special thing for weddings. He laughed breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now? Never. You knew just how much Baxter meant that. Cove, however, didn't have the same context. Oh, okay. Good. People shouldn't make fun of him for that. In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at that revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute he genuinely was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. I think for us, with how Cove is now, we can stay together. Cove, I wanted to share a room with you. Yes, definitely. Obviously. I'm glad you asked, 'cause yeah, I am a little clingy. Cove shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, all while glancing over at you bashfully. You held on to a sweet gaze, feeling grateful knowing that you wouldn't have to go without that anytime soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's him loving Oz. You can't convince me otherwise. Like, he's just like, damn. Good for them. Like, I think he's genuinely I think it's the kind of thing where he still holds something, but he's happy to see us happy. That's what I think it is. Because he doesn't think that he could be Cove. He doesn't think he could fill that spot. Damn. I'm gonna sob for Baxter later, I can feel it. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice. Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he'd planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was the story of a particular orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on in a final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and the couple were still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, but Baxter distantly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in the blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason a fruit truck might have to be at your venue. You were pretty sure there wasn't. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you'd visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you would return someday, if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Or maybe you could visit just as friends and not as customers. Under a wide, starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out on the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across the tarmac. That was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now I have a lot going on in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened, all of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question. Don't worry about it. Pretend this didn't happen. I can wait for you. Thanks. You're always nice to me. That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of other things I'm thinking about too. Like the fact these are the last moments of our lives together, not being married. After this, I'll be your husband and you'll be my spouse. Unbelievable. Yeah. Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, The morning of your wedding arrived. It was a realization that hit you as you laid in a dark hotel room. You were fully awake and full of excitement. Let's go! Wedding day! You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at that point. There'd been a lot going through your mind, and being cuddled up next to Cove hadn't helped. His shining aquamarine eyes were open. You wondered when he had woken up too. It could have been just then, or he might have been lost in his own imaginations for a while himself. But when your gazes met, you became everything he was immersed with. His hand moved from its placement against your back up to the nape of your neck, and then brushed past your ear and against your cheek. Cove's fingers drifted over your skin, warmly, gently, and completely steady. They flowed like a wave through a summer sea, from a summer sea. Of course, you'd known Cove for more than long enough to be aware that this tranquility wouldn't last. Once you officially got up for the day, you'd have to prepare for the ceremony. He would inevitably become, in the most complimentary way you could think of, a panicked mess. But for as long as it was only you and only him hidden away together under the sheets, those worries couldn't reach him. They're just so fucking cute, bro. Like, I can't. You were each other's shelter. It hadn't ceased to marvel you the way sharing a bed had become one of Cove's greatest sources of comfort, after years of it being one of his biggest struggles. It was wonderful. In a soft voice, the very soon-to-be Cove Holden Thrasher finally spoke. Congratulations on your wedding. I love him. Congratulations on your wedding. He squished his face deeper in the pillow happily. Thank you. Kiss his fucking forehead right now. Cove hummed sweetly, angling his face into the touch. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But when Cove glanced past you into the distance, and he gave a deep sigh, while bringing up a hand to pull down at the skin of his cheek, he began to whisper, "It's almost time." You twisted your head back. Sat on the side table next to the bed was a stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. Cove was right. You were going to have to get up if you didn't want to be late, or show up to your wedding in pajamas. By the forlorn look on Cove's face, he would have honestly considered standing in front of all your friends and family in pink striped shorts if it meant he could have stayed. Eventually, his eyes let go of the clock and his attention came back to you. Watching you watch him had let Cove basically read your thoughts. He developed a bent smile before speaking again. Would it be wrong to say 5 more minutes today of all days? I thought you were a morning person, you teased. Cove gave an obligatory pout before switching back to a smile. He flipped the covers up and pushed himself into a sitting position. Cove then dropped his legs down off the mattress so his bare feet were against the floor. My party is gonna meet me in the other room. You and your party can get ready in this one. After making it halfway up, he stalled and stared at the ceiling. You lifted yourself to be settled more upright. All right. Yeah. Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill space, to buy time while he sorted his thoughts. We're getting married. I'm going to marry you. The gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. His hands gripped the sheets, as if bracing himself from the weight. My stomach hurts. Cove. You weren't able to say another word before he jumped from the bed and sped around to the full edge of it to stand in front of you on the opposite side. But he didn't stand still, his weight shifting from his heels to the tips of his toes in an uneven rocking motion. Cove had found thoughts to share and let them out in rapid fire. I have to go, right now. I'm getting nervous it's gonna get worse, but I want to do this, more than anything else. While you had been prepared for this to happen, your heart still felt squeezed seeing it. Driven equally from fear and determination, Cove abandoned the bed completely and piled whatever he thought he might need into his hands to make a single trip across the hall. His phone, charger, water bottle, suitcase, overnight bag, a pair of shoes. All of it was pressed against his chest or thrown over his shoulders. It was an impressive feat. Not him wobbly frown. Bye, I love you. I love you too. Cove came around the bed where you sat once more and awkwardly bent his knees down to give you a kiss. You were careful not to knock anything out of his grip as you kissed him in return. He moved away without letting himself linger on it, though it had put a grin back on his face. Then your fiancé strode briskly over to the door, yanked it open, and exited the room, managing to hold everything in arms and himself together. This was the last time you'd see him until you both arrived at the wedding. You were traveling separately from the hotel. The room became completely quiet in an instant after Cove's whirlwind retreat. But that only lasted for a moment before you sprung off the mattress onto your feet and got into action. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went right over to admire the outfit. It was fantastic. The day was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. You could barely contain yourself. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. Once clean and dry and half dressed, you went back out into the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with a new message and you glanced at it. The wedding party had arrived. They were in the lobby. My wedding party! Let's go! You put your own phone down to pick up the hotel's landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation and they promised to lead the group to your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock vibrated through the heavy front door. You answered it right away. Liz was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filed in after. Congrats and hellos were exchanged as they passed. Hi, this is great. You had decided to do your own hair. And You did not need to put on makeup. Liz knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track. You and your party got right to work, changing, primping, and polishing up for the occasion. I love Liz! You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your classic shirt and pants when a series of rapid, but not especially loud, knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option. You thought as your best woman went over to answer the door. I love they all made it. I'm so hyped, bro. There on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he'd reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. Now, did he have a whole panic this morning, ripping apart his fucking Roman closet to find it, is my question. But you were aware that staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades to be recognizable to the guests as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered his polite greetings of his own to you and your party. Hello, and a very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret, I won't interrupt the process for long. I fucking love him, I can't. I miss this man already. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, appreciate it. I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? You wouldn't happen to have a Cove on you somewhere? The curve of his smile pulled ever so slightly higher. Unfortunately not. Though, let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed on the wedding's status. Oh? A hopeful bent came through in your tone. Yes, the status is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful Baxter had gone to as much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well. Take care, Blake. I'll let you return to your preparation now. Bye. Thanks for coming. The frenzied mood of wedding work swept back in with no further distractions. Probably cleaned up. You know what? You painted your nails. Your nails were short. For the paint you went with, we're gonna go with a solid color. That was specifically, I like black. Your party was there to get you through the whole morning of preparation. There were laughs and a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment. However, the look did eventually come together. The clothes in your hair were all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You grinned, satisfied with yourself. You stood in the center of the room and, after a moment to yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. You've never looked better. That's saying something. Just saying. Ah, I love Lee. It suits you to a T. Nice job, kiddo. You're all grown up. Yeah, you're gonna knock Cove right out. See, I also, because of everything we went through, I'm like, Derek also still got some feelings and stuff, but again, he's just happy to be here. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You didn't have to wait any longer. They all look so good. I'm so hyped. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. You took a deep, steadying breath and stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator and took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby and exit through the front doors. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was sent to bring you to the Poppy Hill. You slipped into the car and your best woman tucked in after you. Staying with Liz, absolutely. Give me more Liz moments. You fidgeted restlessly in your seat and settled on stretching your legs out. The corner of your mouth tugged into a smile with a light chuckle. There was at least plenty of legroom. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the Poppy Hill. It would only be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards would finally come to fruition. You were somehow even more thrilled now that it was truly happening. Let's go. This was the realest that the wedding had felt so far, and your heart ecstatically pounded in your chest. You absent-mindedly tapped your index finger to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you. Lost in thought, Liz smoothed out a few wrinkles in her outfit before glancing around the back seat. She then turned her attention to you and cracked a small, satisfied smile. Everything's already going excellently. Liz lightly bumped her shoulder into you. You teasingly rolled your eyes in response. Great work, little kid. Reached over and hugged her. You held onto your sister tightly. Liz sniffled and kept a firm hand on your back so you couldn't let go yet. Liz released you and waved a finger in your face. Her eyes were red-rimmed and shiny with tears. It's wild this is finally happening, but I really am happy for you and Cove. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over, and there wasn't another second to spare. Not able to remain contained for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and finally took in the first sight of your ceremony. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. It's so fucking pretty. I'm so glad we went with the hill. Holy crap. Poppy Hill, the quite literal backdrop of your childhood, forever nestled behind the home you grew up in the place where you found a sad little wavy-eyebrowed boy years ago. The distant scent of the sea carried up on the wind mixed with the gentle floral fragrance from the poppies. It was comfort you couldn't get anywhere else. The ceremony's decorations consisted only of a white arch on the crest of the hill, but it didn't need anything more than that. Your hill was perfect just the way it was. Blake. Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule. How good to see you again, and so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you'd been able to do the entire morning. You could imagine how tired your face would be once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Then all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up his dark eyes. It's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. The wedding parties are being led up to the front where they'll stand by, while guests are getting directed to open places to stand in the audience area. Blake, please go back further with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. I'll send Cove over next. On the promise of being reunited with Cove, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. You only had to hold on a little longer, then you'd get to see him. You went back down the bend, and there was an eager hastiness to your pace. A corner was turned, separating you off from the main scene. Good luck, Blake. I'll congratulate you when it's over. Baxter trusted you enough to handle the rest and waved coyly over his shoulder as he left. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlights. You stood there alone, foot tapping, resisting the urge to pace. You'd never been more grateful for how quickly Baxter worked when only a minute later you heard someone approach. At long last, what you'd been anticipating came to be. You saw him again. Cove Holden. Aw, him's so cute. The last name rung especially strongly in your mind because it was a name you would share. Without a word, Cove lifted his arm for you to take. His blue eyes were crystal clear. You could see your future together sparkling within them. Seeing him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. Him looks so cute in his suit, shut up. You wrapped your arm with his gleefully, creating a secure link. The touch coaxed one of his precious wobbly smiles onto his face, though he still couldn't say a full word. While waiting in the wings, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, the heavy breathing of your partner, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance went silent. It even felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck. Cove's hold on you tightened into a trembling squeeze. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. And that was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk forward with the love of your life. He was right there by your side. His legs were shaking too, and from the corner of your eyes you could see his cheeks were wet with heavy tears. Stop, he's gonna make me cry, for real. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corners of your eyes. You watched as his mouth opened then closed, as if he was speaking to you, though if he was saying actual words, they were too quiet for you to hear. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the wonderful man holding desperately onto your arm, and how, on one of your shared strides, his knee locked and Cove stumbled. You rooted yourself in place, pulling up against Cove to keep him from falling completely. He leaned into you, and you both swayed to the side, but he stayed on his feet. The two of you straightened yourselves out and kept going. You were equally committed to reaching the end of the aisle. It may not have been graceful, but to you it was beautiful. And you made it. When you arrived, you loosened your hold on one another to change positions. You stood in front of him, face to face. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, that time you knew what it was. Your name. Blake. He lifted one hand to wipe tears from the crinkle of your eye. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, still caressing your face even after those tears were gone. Brand new tears of joy fell, and you pressed your forehead against his. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you only made your emotions swell more. But you embraced it, nuzzling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the justice of the peace began to speak. It was time. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like having a dream. Thoughts and feelings in your own mind held far more weight than anything outside of it. What did break through to you were Cove's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palpable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single movement went by unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cove's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The justice of peace had said vows. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctually grabbed onto his wrists, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Numerous sets of arms rose from all around as both of your wedding parties poised themselves to catch Cove if he fell their way. Derek took an extra step further by actually stepping forward. He made certain he could get hold of his friend if he came down. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The justice of the peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your justice of peace into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin. He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding, and all the effort it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your brown eyes, searching for the words he needed. You waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows. Blake, we met when we were 8 years old. And well, I wanted to run away to Nevada somehow that first summer I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I had even made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was gonna be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself sheepishly and offered a goofy grin. I did still make an attempt in my child mind genius, but it was just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of the town. You were the person I needed when I was so little and so lonely, and you still are the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs forever. Every far-off image playing out in his mind brought further joy to Cove's features. He laughed nostalgically. You'd pick my side over your own sister and put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset. I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. But then puberty happened, and so many things seemed harder than before. I'm definitely glad you were around to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you. That felt unbearable to me, and I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage sitting next to you on a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Thank God that hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. Genuine relief came out from Cove in a sigh. But I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you'd look at me so nicely with such beautiful eyes. He began to get taken into them as he spoke, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cove shook his head to force himself out of the self-inflicted trance. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Lucky for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses and the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people, playing cards. And that time there was a sun shower. We'd stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably. And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way. I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly we graduated high school and it was really time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. You were the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who would tell me when I was wrong. His speech of all that he treasured about you went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have tastes of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. And you lived with how long it took me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it, but I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now, maybe. You just. He at long last stopped to breathe before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. And, well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. I fell in love with you. We're at our own wedding. It's amazing how all the pieces in the world worked out to bring us together. I'm so glad it did. We made it through it all the months and months of growing up, and through making this day happen. Though with how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. You're such a charming human being. It was the happiest moment of my life when you accepted my proposal, until now anyway. I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you wiped away from me in all these years. You helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me feel like a kid again. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins again in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cove wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotions that opening himself up so fully had wrought. I love you so much, Blake, and he futilely wiped his sleeve against his eyes. Every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. He's so fucking cute, I can't. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I love his vows. His vows are so cute. Stop it. You were so touched by his words. And you were crying too. Thank you, Cove. Blake, you may say yours. The justice of peace had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you, and everything he'd been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say, "Oh, I can actually fucking pick. Shut the fuck up. I want to thank you for really getting to know me and for loving me for me, for helping me feel comfortable in my body. You've always been able to reassure me about that. For sharing your parents. They're a real perk of being with you. For remembering things about me, even stuff that wouldn't matter to anyone else. It matters a lot to me. For always thinking that I was worth a gold medal, even back when we were kids. For being there for me when I found out about my biological parents. That was important, and I'll never forget your support then. For giving me so many piggyback rides. The Cove Express is the best form of transportation. For all the times you insisted I get the bed. You're a very stubborn gentleman. And besides that, I promise to never stop trying to make you happy, to cherish everything you've given me, to let you have joint ownership of my shell collection, to always leave a window open for you, to continue letting you have tastes of my food, to comfort you when your anxieties make you scared, to still love you even as we both continue to grow and change, to wait as long as you need for everything, to wipe your tears when they fall, to get you a house directly on the beach someday, to go along with your spontaneous dawn adventures. Along with that, I adore your wavy eyebrows, your laugh and your smile, the way you angrily sip at your drinks, how you rub your arm when you're nervous, how easy you are to fluster, how excited you get about food, how clingy you are, the way you're somehow always a bit of a mess, the awkward way you try flirting, that you're so open with your emotions, that you've been such a beach bum ever since you were born, the adorable way you text, that you're such a troublemaker. Cove's blush had crept all the way to his neck after you let yourself get carried away listing every little detail about him that charmed you. You're my precious ocean boy. And I'm the luckiest person in the world that I get to say that. Oh my god. I had to go for everything. It just hit like all of the points so good I couldn't even stop myself from clicking. The fucking wobbly smile, I can't. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was laughing, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Your justice of the peace nodded contentedly, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holden, do you take Blake Thrasher to be your lawful wedded spouse? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove's shaking, dripping wet eyes stayed locked to yours. And, in the adorably cracking squeak you knew so well, he answered, I do. It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Blake Thrasher, take Cove Holden to be your lawful wedded husband? I do. Cove's smile was radiant, and his tears were constant. You'd sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. Your best woman and Cove's best man stepped forward. They each held out a small box that contained a wedding band. Cove's hands shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focused furrow to his brow, he accepted the silver ring. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertip. Ah! He carefully slid the ring to its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return and brushed your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from its box. It slid onto Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. He held your gaze with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. Then, by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and spouse. You can now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You reached for each other in a loving kiss. His lips brushed against yours ever so sweetly. He indulged in the touch, caressing your cheeks at the same moment. You leaned into the touch welcomingly. You used a thumb to carefully push away the tears still clinging to his eyelashes. After your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully, his expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. Peeking over at Cove, you realized he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He gently took your hand. You interlaced your fingers with his and took a deep, steadying breath. His skin miraculously seemed to blush even redder at that. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell he had the greatest pride for his son. You waved at everyone. You tried your very best to give most of your guests attention. It meant a lot to you that they were here to support you and Cove. After leaving the ceremony in late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer while the other guests headed over to the reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter, while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly across your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. but you also had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so, you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. Oh, it's so cute. They did so good. I love this. I'm happy we're married too. Him so cute. The sweet ocean boy. You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space. There, your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome backs. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. With the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speaking in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. It was slow-paced. I was gonna say, this is so fitting for Cove and it's adorable. Cove met your eyes, as ready as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now, the couple will have their first dance. While your legs were shaking from all the acute emotions still lingering from the ceremony, your joy from getting to dance with your husband gave you the strength to make your way to the dance floor. Cove did his best to remember the motions that were meant to go with the rhythm of the track. He took long, deliberate steps. His long, deliberate steps were very careful to not land anywhere near your toes. Your dance lessons were worth it. I'm on a seafood diet, a seafood and I eat it mood. That's my kind of diet. I agree. I think Cove would also agree to that. You performed beautifully and mentally said thank you to Baxter for the dance lessons. Because of that work, your dancing was perfect. With Cove's hands in yours, you both made your mark on the dance floor and gave the crowd a show. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Eventually, Cove was able to get in the flow. His body relaxed and you could see the confidence slowly ease into him. Softly, he took a moment to speak to you. This is the first moment to ourselves since we've arrived. Cove clearly was grateful for a chance to finally talk to you. You're stunning. I love him. They're just so freaking cute, I can't handle it. You too. He truly looked divine in his suit. Cove flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of the Orca fundraiser dinner. Cove's expression became wistful with old memories. I was thinking of that too. I remember exactly how it felt, dancing with you years ago. I had a lot of hopes then. I wanted it to last forever, but I also desperately wanted to skip ahead so I'd know what things would be like for us in the future. And now actually we're here. We made it. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony is over and we can just be married now. Not that the wedding is bad. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. I just kept thinking that I'd ruin something or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner and I wouldn't care. Oh my goodness. Please no. A produce truck was not on your guest list, and you didn't want it to be jinxed. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. I love Cove so fucking much, bro. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. The two of you became absorbed into dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck, and it ended with you both landing the final step. Fucking crushed it, buddies. After the smoothness of the rest of the dance, you were thrilled you were especially able to stick the landing. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over your friends and family cheering. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. I love them so much. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I am going to take all the hydrates and finish this water. So thank you for every hydrate I've received. Goodness. Not chug, chug, chug. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I will finish this. I will refill the water. I'm out. You know what, Hunter? I think that's for the best right now. That was a lot of hydrates back to back. Okay. Finish this, refill this, and then we'll get back to our wedding. Y'all really said water break. How many fucking hydrates was that? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm counting 5 hydrates back to back. I think you need a gallon jug. I might really, though. Okay, I am going to mute just for a minute here. I will be right back after I've refilled my water. Okay, we are back. We are hydrated. We are leaning towards another bathroom break at this rate. No, I did not know I can set a timer for that. I'm going to do that after this stream because y'all really just Said, drown, Blake. Goddamn. Okay. New water, we're fresh, we're good. Everything's still going good in terms of, okay, my Wi-Fi hasn't given out on me. We're good. Yeah, I will be looking for that timer later. We're in Cove's present. I love him. Okay. Where were we before all of the bombarding of hydrates? You bowed. You kept your shoulders back and formally bowed to your audience. The clapping got louder. Tilting your head back to your husband, you caught his proud smile. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. You did a flip? I didn't do a flip. No, not doing a flip. Yeah, no, bow. I'm not doing flips. What do you mean? A flip in my fancy clothes? What if something gets fucked up? Wobbly smile. Like, this guy, this face, I can't. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your seated guests. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. You took hold of his arm. He's the sweet ocean boy. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of a puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked to the other, you and Cove went forward as one. After only a few strides, you'd arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce your and his presence. Hi. Snapping out of their private fervor, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. You went between them to give the two a hug from behind. Hug your moms right now. I love my moms. The two leaned into your shoulders, returning the embrace. What are we eating? All of the food. We went all out. We got the fucking 6 courses. However many were the most. I think it was 6. And that's not including dessert. And we got pretzels. We got everything. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed up by the shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight. They're so cute. I love their little matching, like, flowery outfits. Stop. They're adorable. Hello again, kiddos. Ma folded her hands together on the tabletop daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Welcome. It's so good to have you here at the reception now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Of course. The ceremony was a memorable one. Those vows, huh? You also nailed the theming with that venue. It was truly unforgettable. Oh, are you talking about the face she's making right now? I don't know why she does that. I love her, but she sometimes looks like she's plotting to like rob rob a bank. I don't get it. Yeah, it's the eyebrows. The eyebrows matched with the smile just make her look a little evil, like she's plotting something. All she needs is like a cat in her lap to pet, and then she's giving like fucking supervillain out of a movie. I can't. All the effort paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your ma watched over the both of you with a gaze as doting as it was knowing. Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, we've still gotta try the food while you're busy with your big day. I love you, moms. Thanks. Thanks again, moms. He's trying. Ma's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loudly. While Ma attempted not to spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title, Mom had no qualms saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded. It's about time. Oh, Pam! Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet, and his near constant flush from the day reappeared. She's literally like, stop it! Ma, get your wife under control, please. She's embarrassing my poor husband. He's gonna combust. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove said, get me out of here. I'm uncomfortable now. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Your and Cove's moms took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratorily. 'Cause Cove is a tall boy. He is, I think, what is he, 6'4"? Hold on. How tall is Cove? Now I want to remember. He's, yeah, he's like 6'3", 6'4". Like, he's a tall boy. To Blake and Cove. To Blake and Cove. As matching images of each other, they slipped the drink in good cheer. God damn, see, I'm 5'3", I'm short as hell. I can't imagine being 6 feet tall. He's adorable, I love him. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. His grin ramped up to 1,000 watts. Hey, it's our local celebrities of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's all been going to plan, I'm pretty sure, but I'll keep watch still, and if there's anything else I can do, just give me a shout. Damn, okay, so what I'm hearing is I'm short as fuck in this group. The audacity of y'all to be tall. The absolute nerve. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad, and thanks. Look at these two, I love them. walk around the table to give him a hug. It was tricky to weave through the space, but you were able to get an arm's reach of Cliff. He opened up his arms wide for you and then squeezed you back. Soon you had to get out from behind the chairs and other guests, so you let Cliff go and nudged your way over to Cove again. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cove off. I don't have to hog you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over at Cove for his reaction. Y'all, I will be right back in just a minute. I am so sorry. Hello, how's everybody doing? Everybody behaved themselves while I was gone? I saw I got another hydrate, so thank you. Thank you, friends. I'm gonna become way more aggressive with my thank yous when I come back and get these hydrates and stuff. Also, yes, I saw something about Batman. We are playing Batman tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow starts Batman Arkham Asylum. Yes, I did give you a warning because you and Hunter teamed up to give me too many hydrates. The audacity. I see how it is. Everyone's just in cahoots to drown me. I see how it is. Real nice. Okay. Where the hell were we? Oh yeah, we just called him Dad, and he's fucking shook about it. We're talking about Cove being Bruce Wayne. Okay. See, I don't know. I think if any of them gave me superhero energy, it would probably be Derek. I actually saw this really cute fan art someone made of Derek being Spider-Man, and honestly, it was like really fucking fitting. Can never have enough water. Yeah. Well, if we can say one thing with these long streams, I'm definitely hydrated, so thank you. Aha. Okay, back to this now. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. He glanced over at Cove for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes, agreeing wholeheartedly with your statement. Now all that was needed was to see if you'd get Cliff's own acceptance. You didn't have to wait long for it. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, but he barely noticed. He was beaming with joy. Of course, of course. I don't know how I ended with 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed his 2 children proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually, I'll say it a little later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, Blake. Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go on. I love you. I love you too. Both of you. Then, finally, you rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Cairo sat. She was patiently sipping at a steaming cup of coffee, placing it down when she noted it was time for the meet and greet with the 2 of you. Hey, Mom. Hello, babies. Oh, she's so pretty. I love her. You leaned over to give her a hug. Hugs for everybody, for real. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I really appreciate it. It's great. I love Kyra. I don't think we get enough time with Kyra, and I hate that. The streams just turn into me becoming progressively more aggressive about my hydrates. Oh no. It took some stretching, but you were able to gain enough access to Kyra's space in order to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulders gladly. You shared that affectionate touch for a moment, and then shifted yourself back up. Thanks for coming. It's really nice to see you. It's fantastic to be here. This has been wonderful. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect local for my little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a full-grown man in front of his mom. Kyra's brows bent as she looked at him adoringly. But then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy. I'll see the two of you again soon. You should go explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, all right. We, probably should do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly, she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you'd ever seen on her face. Not I'm going to save 1,000 points so you can hydrate. Oh, I'm doomed. Oh, those thank yous are going to be rough. I apologize in advance for future me, because it's... In her gentlest tone, Kyra cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Cove was positively melting from happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. I love you! Perfect, because I love you. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly, waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. Oh my goodness, I love these two. My girls. I love this fucking family. Make everyone freeze in their tracks. Listen, when it comes to the parents, I blame Cove. Cove started it off by calling my mom's moms. So I had to do the same thing with his parents, obviously. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet embarrassedly. They didn't even need to say anything. Went over to hug them around the sides. You were able to shimmy around the furniture to get yourself behind both. You then wrapped your arms across their backs. Lee squished against you while giggling, and Liz gave a true big sibling ruffle on the top of your head. After the embrace, you slipped out from between them to head over to Cove again. We did good work, didn't we? It's nice to be able to relax after all the preparations. Liz, you were here for a fraction of what happened to make this happen. What do you mean, we? What we? The we is me, Cove, and Baxter. I don't know what you're lumping yourself in there for. The audacity. Totally. Everything went incredibly. You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing and, perfect. I love Lee. When we doing the cha-cha slide. Oh my goodness, I missed that fucking dance. That dance is iconic, though. Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Hello to you, too. This helped prepare a lot. I mean, she was here for, like, day of. But, like, I still argue that the main we is me, Cove, and Baxter. Just saying. Lee chimed up once more, placing a hand on her forehead and leaning against Liz for support. It's so romantic how you got married on the hill where you met. Oh, I didn't even know you knew that. Only our parents were there. It's pretty common Thrasher family lore. I also know that's where you met, and so did half the rest of the crowd. Cove tilted his head bashfully. realizing it was probably a little dumb to not realize other people had found out about that. Listen, I set up like 20 tables. Did you forget? You know what? Who knows? Maybe they helped more than we saw. I'll give it to Liz, I guess. Y'all have won me over. Liz is part of the we. Well, that makes sense. Plus, let's be honest, our moms were probably, our parents, all four of them, were probably gushing about the fact we were getting married where we met. He must be relieved there were no accidental drownings with those waterworks going off during the ceremony. Damn, Liz said I'm going right for the throat, right for the jugular. Lee couldn't suppress a snicker. Cove, on the other hand, pouted indignantly. To be serious for a moment, you sensitive souls did very well with those vows. I love her. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you. Aw, you're welcome. Yes, you are welcome. And thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Bye. I love you too. Why does Liz look like she has snake hair? I didn't get that impression. With everyone at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. But Cove then stopped in place, pairing that with a half turn of his body. You could recognize the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. And it was simple to pinpoint what. On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went along with Cove to peruse the spread. Always food. Cove has my foodie heart for real. Cove plucked one of the cold morsels and stuffed it whole in his mouth. He made sure to grab a second one of those to take it with as well. He left the hot ones alone. Try both types of appetizer. The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips. Then he instinctually shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Oh, not on your wedding clothes, don't do it. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off a table to clean his hands. Thank goodness. Cove's out here about to give me a heart attack, especially because he's in all white. That would have sucked. You polished up your snack shortly after and, for once, followed Cove's example for tidying yourself. I want Chinese food. I really should have eaten something before I got on stream today. I am kicking myself hardcore for that. All that's in my tummy right now is water. This is lame. Your arms were linked as they had been before. I love Chinese food. I have a place up in Massachusetts that I used to go all the time and I miss it. Then you ended that interlude to get right back into the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. Then the trio of buddies lifted cups full of beer and cheers to you and Cove. Sup and congratulations. So how long does this event last? I don't know. I know we still have to do the dance with the parents, and we still have to do cake and like the actual like meal. So it'll still probably be a little bit. I have a place walking distance from work, go once every 2 weeks. Hell yeah. Also, can we talk about the fact I love these three? I know we saw Derek earlier, but like Randy and Terry are crushing it. Let's fucking go. On the bright side, I don't think it's going to be as long as Baxter's ending, which took us 13 hours on stream. I think it'll at least be like a little bit less since we're coming close to our 6th hour. But I have no idea. It all depends on like how fast you read, how fast you select things. Seriously, everyone's been crushing it with the blue. Aw, Derek. Hi, thank you for letting us come. I adore Derek. I can't. He's golden retriever energy if I've ever fucking seen it. Hey, congrats you two. You went around the side of the table giving each a hug. Hug them all. My friends. My loved ones. Each person waited patiently to stretch their arms to you as you came to their sides one by one. You received your 3 warm hugs and then returned to Cove's side. I gotta say, what a nice event this is. It's so high class. Cove shyly basked in the affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming. Come on, dude. I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cove and Blake are having their wedding. It's momentous. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important groom stuff. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. We'll see you later, though. Okay, bye. Safe travels. Enjoy yourselves. I love you three. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Blake. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. Table to table, you continued to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew in from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place, you appreciated everyone who took the time to come celebrate this day. Oh my goodness, not the Steven Universe vibes if they did not get attacked by the diamonds. You know what? I get that. I can see that. Okay, I got you. Damn, I might have to rewatch Steven Universe now that you put that out there. Now here's a question. Since you know Steven Universe, can you tell me who each of the characters would be? I mean, obviously Cove would be Steven. That goes without saying. But I'm curious who you would assign to everybody else. I feel like, weirdly enough, Derek could also be argued to be Steven. I think I would make an argument with Baxter for probably Lapis, just for the simple, like, cutting and running and leaving, not feeling like he can stay around. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts, though. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed out through the space, amplified by the microphone. One of the moms is Pearl. Okay, I got you. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Blake and Cove Holden Thrasher. And then Baxter swept up the mic to make an announcement. With a thrill, you realized it was time for the first scheduled event. Thank you for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. Also feels good in my throat after almost 6 hours of reading. So while I might joke about being annoyed, I genuinely appreciate it. I'd be taking bigger sips the longer we're on, for real. Thank you all for attending. The couple has arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the grooms. Your eyes met Cove's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glanced towards each other. Your expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Aww, I love them. I was gonna say, it's no wonder Cove looks the way he does, because objectively, his parents are good-looking characters. Objectively. Tea is good if you speak a lot. I might have to start drinking tea when I do streams like this. These long streams are oof. Cove's parents came over. Kyra was clearly excited, hurrying to join you, while Cliff loitered bashfully half a step behind her. Once they were beside you, Cliff held out his arm. You accepted, slipping your hand through as you offered your other arm to Kyra. She took it immediately. Yoda's doing good, he's taking a little nap. The three of you kept a spot in the center of the dance space at the front of the reception area. In position, ready for the music to start, you had a chance to really notice their expressions. Both of them looked proud, but you could see there were hints of tears threatening to fall. As the music began, Cliff released you so Kyra could have the first dance. You flowed and swayed along to the tune. Kyra spoke up gently, her words only audible to you. I really am grateful that we were able to meet. You're an amazing person, Blake. You smiled at her, at a loss for how else to respond to such sweet praise. But it was soon Cliff's turn. Kyra handed you off to him, and the two of you got into the swing of things together. Once you'd fallen into an easy rhythm, he had his own thoughts to share. I was gonna say, her tattoo is gorgeous. I would love to get, the story behind it. You know how a lot of people will have, stories behind the meaning of their tattoo, or, behind the reason they got it. I would love to hear that for Kyra. I know I've relied on you a lot over the years. That was one way of putting it. You smiled wearily, tempted to tease him, but decided to let him keep going without challenge. With everything we've been through together, it made it feel like we were kind of a team. So, well, I'm just trying to say that I'm glad you're officially part of the family. The unexpected compliment struck you like a bullseye to your heart. Choked up, you only nodded by way of a response, but you could tell Cliff got the message by the way he beamed at you. So Cove can have tattoos depending on, depending on the choices you make and how his style naturally happens, or, you can also go through when you, customize him, you can add them, but I believe it's step 3, or does it only show up in step 4? It might show up in step 3, I can't remember. I'm home alone in the countryside. Be careful. Careful being home alone in the countryside. I don't know if there are, scary things hiding. Be safe. Hide under your bed. I don't know. I love these two. I just love so many of the characters in this game are so fucking good. I can't handle it. You truly did love both of Cove's parents, and it meant a lot to you that they were both able to be there on this day. As you turned on the dance floor, you caught sight of Cove dancing hand in hand with your parents. Cove's brow was furrowed in concentration as he very carefully took each step. Despite his obvious nerves, your moms were elated and seemed to be encouraging him. The sight of it cheered you as you moved back towards Cliff and Kyra. Cliff made to bow out at that point, intending to make way for you to dance with Kyra again, but she had other plans. She grabbed his hand and yours, and you danced together as a group. After a little while, she released Cliff's hand and you danced with her one-on-one again. Before long, you swapped back to dancing with Cliff. You took turns dancing with them both individually, as well as dancing as a group, changing it up often so no one was left out in the cold for long. Heading to bed? Okay, good night, sleep well. Pleasant dreams, no nightmares, all that good shit. But eventually the song came to an end, bringing the dance to a close. Cliff clapped you on the back. That was a heck of a time. Kyra, who hadn't released you once the music had finished, still had one arm hooked around you and was clutching your wrist with her other hand. She nodded fervently. Absolutely. This has been a marvelous evening. You grinned at them, relieved and delighted that they were enjoying themselves. The day might be about you and Cove, but it was also about your families coming together. Their approval meant a lot to you. Thanks. Cove, flanked by your moms on either side, came over to rejoin you. Their spirits were high, and you had no doubt they enjoyed themselves just as much as you and Cove's parents had done, though Cove still looked a little flustered. That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. We are now opening up the dance floor. You are all warmly invited to come up and join the family for dancing. I was gonna say, everyone's having such a good time. I'm fucking hyped. With that announcement, the traditional wedding music got turned up, enticing people to come forward and enjoy themselves. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and, over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to maybe go sit down away from the thick of it, take a little bit of a break. You dropped into a chair in the seating area, thankful to put your feet up for a little while and enjoy a reprieve from being the center of attention. Cove came over to join you, taking the spot next to yours, and the two of you got to catch up with the other guests who'd chosen to stay out of the dancing. Some of them were later lured to the floor by a particularly catchy tune, but as others came over to take a breather, you were never short on people to chat with. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them to work up an appetite, as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reaching over for the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. Let's go! A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across from you. She held a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While settling that down at a spot on the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. "Can I get you anything else to drink?" "Could I have some orange juice, please?" "Ah, juice for me too." "I've got it. I'll get that right to you." You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At that same time, more servers began pouring into the space, coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest to you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. The servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Soups and salads were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. He scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first tastes of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to the others at their table about the subtle flavors. And many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been made available. Cliff, Kyra, Ma, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. For your meal, you kept it as is. I can't do spicy. It was delicious and exactly the way you had wanted. Mom's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. "So, how much are we getting here?" There were those appetizers from before, now there's more, and the meal hasn't even shown up. I've lost count, keeping track already. "Oh, I asked. It's a six-course meal, not counting dessert." "That many?" Mom was hit with a wide-eyed shock, and Kyra only smirked. "My guess is that it was the maximum amount. That's why they went with 6. The two mothers began to laugh together. "Now that sounds right." When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out oohs and ahs about how amazing it looked in the generous portion size. You even heard mention of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set on the opposite end of the head table. You had perfect view of it. Casually, he took the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. "Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner." Now this mic will be left open for a time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. You are all welcome to come share memories, words of congratulations, and/or your appreciation for Blake and Cove Holden Thrasher if you feel comfortable doing so. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deeper in his brows. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Aw, I love Ma. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where you sat. Congratulations once more to my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side towards the other guests and began a formal speech. Our Blake has been a joy to our family's lives and everyone else who's met them since the day we were brought together. But watching how they've grown with Cove has been special. The way Blake treasured the little stuffed dolphin keychain Cove had bought for them, even using it as their cell phone charm as soon as they got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could. There was the one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Blake on charming trips for no special reason at all. And then in return, Blake came to me and Pam, needing our help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. Blake can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when they weren't the ones causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, and it still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love both of you very much. Your husband's eyes had already began misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he had an impact. That was so fucking cute. Stop it. She slipped the mic in its proper place, brushed at her bangs, and walked to her seat again on light steps. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood on her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. Oh. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed out, and your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today, and for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack all that up and get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Blake, Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached to the hip as soon as you met, and have been ever since. You even ran away together the very first summer you met. You were only 8. And Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took the RV out and Cove had disappeared from his sleeping bag in the morning, and it turned out he snuck into the loft with Blake. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those old memories, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. Or at the least, you've made one another very happy. That's good enough in my mind. And, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Mom snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech. I love you, kiddos, and it's true that you're hard-working adults now, but don't ever forget that your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was almost amused over her penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. I love that we left the mic open. This is so cute. He really had come to love your mom. With a quite pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic when she did take hold of it. She didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Blake's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around them for longer than their husband. She was smirking already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close is the thing. She flicked the hand without the mic and a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, Blake, if I realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right? Certainly not, even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. And yet here we are, at your wedding to that very crybaby. Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulations speech, Cove slunk lower in his seat, took his drink in both hands, and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Her head slowly shook, the ends of eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is, you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there, even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes about this meaning I'm done teasing you about it, but for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Blake since they caught them. It brings peace to my heart to know there's another person out there who cares for them as deeply as they deserve to be. Oh. He didn't have another comment then. Liz's grin widened, as if she knew exactly the reactions she'd been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sibling and their special boy. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you, as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile, and his wide eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. They're so cute. I can't stand it. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow, it reminded you of all those times you chatted over the phone. The fun and excitement of sharing what was going on, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence, standing in front of an audience. My cousin Blake and I are the same age and got to grow up together. 'Cause of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of them and their next-door neighbor Cove. They were totally just friends first of all, and then when romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. So let's just say I was the tiniest bit worried when neither of them had the nerve to propose. If they waited any longer, I was gonna do it. I was gonna offer to do it for Blake just to get it over with. Damn, Lee. She giggled with as much joy as when she first found out the big news. Thanks, Cove, for taking care of that. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But, as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Blake, you're among my closest family and very best friends. And Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love both of you. Ah! Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple kisses your way before she switched back to her seat. They're so cute. I can't stand it. Derek came out of the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved over at the head table. Hey, congratulations again to you, Blake and Cove. You found your other halves and anyone can see it. You're good for each other. You're good to each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment, though it's been a hell of an event too. The first lines of the speech were for you and Cove, but Derek then turned outwards to address the rest of the crowd. One time, when we were barely teenagers, we went to the mall and there were these wind chimes that Cove was eyeballing but wouldn't stop to get, and then Blake got him one. And Cove still has it. That's impressive. Your jaw dropped. You never realized Derek had noticed any of that. You snuck a glance at Cove, and he was sending you the same side-eyed look of shock. The two of you sat there, having to accept that you weren't as subtle with your affections as you assumed. Derek had been polite about it. Derek beamed with a boyish charm, looking just like he did the first time you'd met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you too. Derek's heartful appreciation had to awkwardly be interrupted with one quick addendum. Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that time management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real. Thank you for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back into its stand. When he let go, he hovered his hands nearby for a second to catch it if it fell. When he was sure all was well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged back to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. A beat passed, and then Miranda stood. She gripped at the front of her flowing dress, pulling it from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up, and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you might have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get caught by her parents. When Miranda finished tiptoeing to the front, she gathered up the microphone in both of her hands, her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that. Hi. Cove's focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of your own gaze that your husband mouthed a hi back to her instinctively. Thank you, Blake and Cove, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The stiffness of her presentation smoothed out the more she got to talking. She was even able to giggle as her affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been great attending a party of yours after you two were always nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her. Warm, far-gone days of bounce houses, noisemakers, and pin the tail on the donkey reflected in his jubilant face. You're both amazing, and I really appreciate the support you've given me, being there when I needed someone to talk to. You've had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Blake and Cove. Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish while scrubbing at his eyes. Miranda put down the mic with some oomph, then twirled around to return to her seat. Her steps were much lighter than before. Terry was waiting there with open arms to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Terry jumped onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and Blake in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we've kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. Also, we lived through that one summer when it wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes it was the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis and dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably hadn't planned for that. And he was right. Having been quietly discussing next steps with the server, Baxter's mouth hung open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into focus outside of his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound. His mouth finally closed into a weary smile. It seemed Terry brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove, and it was more than a welcome offer as far as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way as anyone else. Terry nodded knowingly, then casually transitioned into his main point. Surprise for Baxter! Haha, gotcha! And I guarantee our friendship is gonna stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your places. From me to you, and from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot. Your catches. Terry left his speech in the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously, before flipping his hand out into a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kyra pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, "I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now." Aw, Kyra. The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd. Any whoosies. Kyra continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Blake in person for the first time. Though I already felt like I knew them, thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about them. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out about that description of events. Mom. Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on the hills where you were married. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be a mom to such an amazing boy. And Blake? The buoyant tone of Kyra's words faded into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that. There was a sniffing at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. Mom. Congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear. She knew. Kyra used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on its stand with the other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently, and then Kyra strode back to her table. Mr. Holden leaned over towards her and gave 2 thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kyra cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Mr. Holden raised from out of his seat. Oh, this one's gonna fucking get me. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life, who grew to become his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand. He was the first one we met at the beginning of the goddamn game. Like, fuck, this one's gonna gut me a little bit. But his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted the mic up higher, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes. "Hey, Sport. Hi, Blake." "Hi, Dad." Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he had done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. "Well..." Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone. "I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird when I met Blake. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all really, as you'll soon be able to tell." He chuckled weakly over the self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. I was sitting around on a curb when Blake strolled up the road, heading home. I knew them, or I knew of them. I'd met Pamela and Nolani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is I'd heard Blake was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Blake was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I'd picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh. "And speaking of, did I mention it was the start of summer break when we moved? What was my little boy going to do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy." There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that moment, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end no matter which way I went, and I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Blake. In one more valiant effort to try and not make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. "So I offered Blake $20 to be his friend." It's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy, I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him, or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in this world who can be there for Cove the way they can. I. The sentence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared, with a full gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out about why me and Kyra divorced, they were there. Blake was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. Then when that emotional bomb happened, they were still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you. You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. It was just what I had hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. "You're an amazing person, Blake." Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with the far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on that street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with or without that eventually, but because of it my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him happiest. I can't ask for more than that. And Blake, you didn't need a dad with what great moms you've got, but I'm so thankful I still get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Cove's face freely. He didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kyra reached over to give him his back a pat. He had done good. Then the mic sat there untouched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up after where it had been left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guests, you were certain. Cove's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. I love them. That was so cute. Mr. Holden is everything. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. The speeches were great. I'm actually gonna take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back in just a minute though. Hello, how we doing? How we feeling? Back to get into it. Yeah, I know the last big wedding thing is the cake, I think. So, we're creeping up there, buddies. I'm also like in denial of being done with this game. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like my emotes. I want to go through and add some more. At some point, I want to, because you can also buy emotes on Etsy, and at some point I want to do that with some has-been hotel ones. I think that'll be fun. Okay, let's get back to absolutely spoiling our ocean boy, shall we? He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burrowing his face into your shoulder. Your eyes were glossy, absolutely. I'd sob at these people. What do you mean? He brushed Cove's hair back soothingly. Slowly, deliberately, you stroked the smooth green strands of hair without disrupting Cove's positioning against your body. When a voice was amplified out across the whole space once more, it was expectedly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leave the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to your table with the device in hand. Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. I'd like to say something too. Of course, here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arm sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before much more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands and his gaze dropped to the ground. Thanks, everybody. Really, seriously. His eyes closed completely as he paused to bite his lips. So glad to be here. All of those things you said were... There was a cracking strain to Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people there to hear it. Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbling motion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. As you rose up from your chair, your eyes casting out over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this truly was a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking, that this message had a weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think to say was, we both love you so much. And that brought the speeches to their last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead as you extended your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lowered back down in your seat. Applause erupted from table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly. Perfect. He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually, the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. When the meal was nearing its end, the final course you had requested from the caterer was handed out, the palate cleanser. From there, the evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished and the dishes from dinner had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guests. Truly delightful trays of fancily plated pretzels were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes had been carefully selected to match your blue color scheme. There were some befuddled expressions as guests saw what was being served, but they were outshone by Cliff's enthusiasm. He was immediately taken with the idea before he'd even taken a bite. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take center stage. Sat on the center table was your fully realized creation, a 5-tiered, beachy-style, rainbow masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. Cliff let out a low whistle of admiration. I want some pretzels too now for real. What a cake. And the little details are beautifully done. Aww. Kyra's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake. That's perfect. Miranda cheered, her eyes sparkling with delight. A rainbow! Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle, hand over hand, so you could make the incision as a team. Together, you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wearily at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut, but just almost, and your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Carefully so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, and then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate, ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded, satisfied, before reaching down to plunge your hands straight into the cake, the soft, spongy treat squished beneath your fingers. Cove's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped the remaining cake from the platter into his own hand. He frosted the tip of his nose with your fingertips. Cove watched clutched your hand with trepidation. Swiping your fingers across the cake, you gathered the frosting. Cove closed his eyes as you raised your hand, but you daintily tapped your fingertip on the end of his nose, leaving just a dab of frosting behind. Oh. Then, with fingers dripping with creamy confections and crumbs, he delicately caressed your cheek, leaving a trail of cake behind. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of cake itself tickled as he streaked them across your cheeks. You tried to contain your giggles until he was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time and get cake in your eye. A few rogue chuckles still escaped. When Cove's furrowed brow relaxed into his normal expression and he brought his hand away, you finally judged it was safe. You exploded with laughter as Novel approached to cake smashing. It was just like him. The two of you were then both caked in cake. A towel was laid out on the nearby serving platter, almost certainly for the purpose of helping people clean up after this exact scenario had played out. Cove wiped himself off with it as you laughed. When Cove removed the towel from his face, he revealed a tickled smile. He'd taken the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel to you. It was good that Cove was there to assist. You'd been so engrossed in watching him that you completely forgotten the cake was still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way back over to the head of the table, accompanied by the cheers of your family and friends. Though you'd spent a lot of time on your feet today, each step was buoyant. When you and Cove were back in your seats, a couple of waiters smoothly placed fresh-cut slices of cake before you. Cove let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your tastes. Now, at last, it was finally there for the eating. You were just as eager to eat it, you weren't going to hold back. And in short order, servings of cake were set down at each table, a neat triangle slice in front of every guest. As the crowd dug in, along came discussion on the dessert. Thank you, Blake, for doing the right thing and having chocolate in this cake. Derek was less blunt but equally appreciative of your choice, rubbing his hands together with eagerness as his slice was set down in front of him. You can never go wrong with a chocolate cake. It's honestly the best option. Cove stopped shoveling buttercream into his mouth long enough to give his own praises. You know, I've had a lot of chocolatey cakes over the years, but none of them have even compared to this one. It's actually amazing. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you'd hoped, and more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone, your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. I love that they love their cake. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full-sized slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from a long day. But the lull did not last for long. Newly fueled by the cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all of the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up came on. Your four parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Listen, Cove's a big boy that loves his fucking food. I love him for that. He can have as many fucking pieces of cake as he wants as far as I'm concerned. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 8-year-old child. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You'd finished opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a beach" were just some of your takeaways for the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. You'd never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Your families had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement in your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You'd bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. This distinct voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. Cove puffed right up, and hearing Baxter compliment the people he's close to, he could easily have been mistaken for a proud parent. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thank you for all of this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. Thank you for all of your help. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion. You're very welcome. It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around, until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh! He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. In a flash of memories, you were transported to your childhood bedroom, 8 years old, your first sleepover with your now husband. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I appreciate it. Everyone's just trying to make it so I have to pee. That's not fair. In the tiny, dainty voice he used to have, Cove had asked nearly the same question to you then, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he'd always been the man you loved and always would be. Well, that's your call, I'd say. I am your spouse's ex. You don't have to be friends with me. Cove pulled his eyes open wide as the shy expression on his face dropped into shock. He hadn't been prepared for that bit of history to be brought up again. Unfortunately for Baxter, being a good dancer hadn't ever saved him from his foot accidentally ending up in his mouth. He offered an apologetic smile. I would like that, though. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. We're definitely friends. Two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features. As Baxter would say, it was settled. To solidify the friendship, Baxter offered you his hand to shake once more. You gladly reciprocated. Your hands gripped together affectionately, lifting up and down once. Next his hand went towards Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from a want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it considering, but he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders, an emotion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Not the Cove and Baxter hug! Stop it! Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had finally been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places. That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you? Definitely. We'd love to get together again. Perfect. And congratulations on your lovely day. He then quite literally bowed out, tipping one foot back and inkling forward. He kept his head lifted up with that curled grin you'd become so used to featured promptly on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of that special day, when Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be a part of your lives for as long as he was welcome in it. You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them. He had to fight a bit against the crisp-fitted shirt he was buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jitters he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. Is there anything you want to do before it's over? I'm happy with whatever you're thinking. Would you want to dance with me? He smiled openly and welcomingly. It was more inviting than even direct words would have been. As he had in the past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted then as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against yours and rested his cheek on the edge of your forehead. He was careful not to mess up your hair. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept out the buzz of distant conversations still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world. Well, mixed Holden Thrasher, congratulations on your successful wedding. Again. He slipped the last word in with a playful laugh. I love them. I love the second dance. They're so cute. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Holden Thrasher. Thanks. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. I'm rooting for you. Wow, it's so nice to have a supportive partner. He sighed softly and his shoulders lowered comfortably, but Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though, I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and the final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that. There's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you truly were. You really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words. Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Blake. I'll see you tomorrow, too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly and let out a tiny, thrilled squeak. Um, Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listen through your eager eyes. Blake, there's something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them, and thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. I meant every word. He sniffled once, then twice, and then he grinned back at you. Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? We've got our place, our fish, each other. That makes me really happy. But is there something you want to talk about? I want to listen. I loved them and their little vows. Want to get another pet? He chuckled light as air. Sure. He was truly the perfect man to spend your life with. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. We love the little family growing. Especially when we're playing a game as cute as this. Thank you. Means a lot. Now that we have a minute, I wanted to mention how you looked. His stance tensed, blushing in his finery. The spotlight had turned back on, and Cove was getting stage fright. Do you like it? Yes, you look incredible. The cut suited him, and you loved how the colors worked for his complexion. That's great. I'm really glad you think so. You could tell from his blush that he had ultimately enjoyed your attention. His posture relaxed, and he seemed more confident in the clothes again. I like yours too. It's just so gorgeous. It's gonna make me cry again. Thank you. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. You buried your face in his chest. You settled in comfortably, wishing you could stay right there forever. Lovingly, he stroked your back with the tips of his fingers. It was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm really hyped. Y'all are gonna make that 200 goal happen. I feel it in my bones. Y'all are just fucking incredible. I can't. I have no idea. Yeah. Though, his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older, not being a kid anymore, 'cause I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. I mean, yeah, Cove's not wrong. I mean, hell, it's really weird to think I'm the same age as the characters right now, because they're 23 and I'm 23. And that just feels like really weird to think about. They just got married and I've been married for a year. What? That's wild. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as the guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending note of your wedding was, the final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you belonged. I think our life is really nice. Not letting either of you get lost in the contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both his hands against your shoulders with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. He's too goddamn sweet, stop it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. I love him. He's too goddamn cute. The fucking ocean boy, bro. I love you, Cove. So much. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hands travel from shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me, someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful. I love you too, Blake. Always. And there we go. Oh my goodness. Thank you so, so much for hanging out with me. I can't believe we're done. Damn, that feels so fucking weird. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I will actually finish this water and try to find the words to summarize my love for this game. It's so weird. I know it's not in the same context, but like, I can relate with Cove being like, where did all the time go? Both for like big picture my real life, being 23, doing this for work, everything I've been doing, it doesn't feel real, honestly. But also like, just in terms of streaming this game, I mean, anyone who remembers, I started streaming this back for Pride Month in June. And now here we are about to wrap up with September, and we're done. That's literally like, wrapped it, packed it, put a bow on it. We're sending this game the fuck off. It's so weird to think about. I think I found this game last year, if I'm remembering correctly. And it's genuinely just the kind of game that I feel like changes your life. Like, it's so cheesy to put all that on a game, but it really fucking does. Finally ended the game. Yeah, it's so weird. I'm trying to find the words to wrap up because this is my final Our Life Beginnings and Always stream, and that is really bittersweet to me and my big old sappy, sentimental, mushy gushy heart. So while I get ready to wrap up here, I wanted to say thank you so much to everybody who, whether you joined tonight, whether you've been around since the beginning, wherever you found this stream, wherever you found this game, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my favorite game with y'all. Like, I cannot put into words how much I love that. Because genuinely sharing games I like and being able to play and hang out with y'all is one of my favorite things in the world. Don't forget to raid out. You know, I haven't done a raid yet. Hold on, I haven't even looked at what it would look like if I were to do a raid. Hold on, do we have anybody that's like, I'm curious. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I see that the transverse is currently on, so that's probably what we'll end up doing. Solid, yeah, okay, we'll do that in a minute here. I think that's also a good thing to do, first raid since ending this. Okay, cool beans. But yeah, I just wanted to say one more time, very, very quickly, thank you for hanging out with me with this game. Thank you so much for the happy 180 followers goal smash. I appreciate you. I am planning on playing the first one, like the next one when it comes out. I'm also thinking that maybe in November, I do want to stream the demo, because I agree, genuinely this game, I can relate to the coming home every time you play it. So yeah, keep an eye out. At some point on my channel, we will be going through Our Life Now and Forever. I look forward to it. I love that instead of 4 summers, it's 4 falls. I love that they've added the poly aspect so we can go after multiple love interests. I'm so excited when the next one comes out. So while it's sad saying goodbye to this one, and it's sad being done here, this is not the end for forever. We've got now and forever to look forward to. I'm hyped as fucking hell. It's going to be phenomenal. And I look forward to getting just as attached to those characters as I am to these characters. I look forward to reading out more memories with y'all. I look forward to getting just as attached as I shouldn't because they're works of fiction, but it's who I am. Um, But yeah, on that note, I guess we'll get ready to do the raid. Real quick, I want to do my normal send off. Y'all, thank you again so much. Y'all are giving me my dream. I've wanted to be paid to play video games for like forever, and y'all made that fucking happen for me. I am forever fucking grateful for your existence. Yeah, we get to see baby Baxter. I'm so hyped. Don't get me started. I'm a Baxter fan for forever. I don't even care how small his part is in it. I'm just so hyped. But yeah, on that note, we will be doing the raid, but like I said, just my quick close off. Thank y'all so much one more final time. I will not be able to say it enough. And as always, take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves. It's hard being a person. You're doing the best you can. I am proud of you. And don't forget to live a life that pisses off a bigot. Bye, y'all.